warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami dari program studi Sosiologi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Bangka Belitung. Program studi Sosiologi terbentuk sejak tahun 2006 di bawah naungan Fakultas Hukum dan Ilmu Sosial. Kemudian tahun 2011 bergabung dalam Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Di sosiologi akan ditopangi dengan perolehan beasiswa yang ada, dan beasiswa yang ada di sosiologi itu dari kedutaan di Australia, kemudian dari Yayasan Salim, kemudian juga dari PPA, dan juga dari Kartu Indonesia Pintar dari Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, sehingga kemudian cukup dapat berkontribusi untuk mendorong sumber daya manusia dari sisi pembiayaannya. Nah, harapan terbesar kita mudah-mudahan mahasiswa ataupun calon mahasiswa ke depan dapat memilih program studi sosiologi, sehingga kemudian bersama sosiologi dapat membangun SDM unggul dalam konteks pembangunan pasca tambang dan juga melanjutkan kearifan lokal di tahun 2035 bersama sosiologi, Bangka Belitung, dan Indonesia Jaya.
Program studi ilmu politik memiliki visi menjadi program studi unggulan berbasis riset dalam bidang kajian ilmu politik yang berorientasi pada pembangunan berkelanjutan tahun 2035. Adapun misi dari program studi ilmu politik adalah ingin menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang bermutu dan berkualitas serta mampu menghasilkan lulusan sarjana ilmu politik yang bermoral, berintegritas, serta mampu menjawab tantangan perubahan baik lokal maupun global. Kemudian misi berikutnya adalah ingin menciptakan nilai intelektual yang progresif, humanis, aktif, kritis, serta terbuka terhadap berbagai peluang maupun hal-hal baru. Kemudian, prodi ilmu politik juga ingin mendorong dan mengembangkan kajian penelitian ilmiah serta pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam berbagai aktivitas politik yang tentu saja berbasis pada nilai-nilai kearifan lokal dan pembangunan berkelanjutan, serta mementingkan kepentingan bangsa dan negara.
Visi program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Bangka Belitung menjadi program studi yang unggul di bidang bahasa dan sastra Inggris yang berdaya saing melalui tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan menjunjung tinggi moralitas, mentalitas, dan intelektualitas. Misi program studi sastra Inggris Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Bangka Belitung menyelenggarakan kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran di bidang bahasa dan sastra Inggris untuk mendidik calon tenaga profesional yang unggul dan berdaya saing tinggi dalam mengaplikasikan pengetahuan dan keterampilan sesuai dengan bidang ilmu dan tuntutan zaman. Menyelenggarakan kegiatan penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang bahasa dan sastra Inggris dengan memberdayakan potensi lokal yang bersinergi dan kontributif terhadap pembangunan berkelanjutan di Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Menjalin kerjasama di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan perguruan tinggi lainnya, perusahaan, lembaga pemerintahan atau swasta, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dan para stakeholder lainnya.
would like to start the conference now. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second International Conference on Social, Political, and Humanities, or ICoSoPH2021, organized by Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Bangka Belitung, and Akademisi. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Eva Maria, and I will be the Master of Ceremony for Second International Conference on Social, Political, and Humanities, or ICoSoPH2021 in 2 days. It is a great honor for me to be here and welcome every one of you in this conference. Second International Conference on Social, Political, and Humanities, or ICoSoPH2021, held in 2 days to gather researchers, practitioners, and students to identify and share various issues in social, political, and humanities. This conference will provide you plenty of opportunities to discuss, share knowledge, and insights. Before we go further, we will start this conference by singing and listening to the Indonesian national anthem. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Universitas Bangka Belitung, tempat kita menuntut ilmu, bentang moral dan intelektual, menyatu padu dalam semangat pendidikan. Universitas Bangka Belitung, tekad padu dalam semangat pendidikan. Universitas Bangka Belitung, tekad maju kembangkan diri, berprestasi berwawasan lingkungan, song-song masa depan. Teknologi yang tepat guna, tingkatkan kesejahteraan, kelautan dan wirausaha, pertanian teknologi utama. Marilah bersama satukan tekad menjadi yang pertama. Marilah bersama satukan tekad menjadi yang pertama.
Okay, thank you everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude for the Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Mr. Dr. Ibrahim Esfil, MSE. And also, we have the Dean of FISIP UBB, Ms. Dr. Diana Anggreni, MHum. And the ICoSoPH 2021 Chair, Mr. Bob Morrison Sigalingging, MHum. And also, we would like to appreciate our honorable keynote speakers. We will have Excellency Speaker by Professor MMag, Dr. Eva Maria Hirzinger-Unterrainer from the University of Innsbruck, Austria. And also Dr. Changzoo Song from University of Auckland, New Zealand. And tomorrow, we will have Professor of Dr. Dwia Aries Tina Pulubuhu, MA, from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. And last, we will have Associate Professor Dr. Habil Kerchy from University of Szeged, Hungary. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Chair of Second ICoSoPH 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now very pleased to invite Mr. Bob Morrison Sigalingging, MHum, to deliver his welcome remark. Mr. Bob, the time is yours.
Check. Am I audible, Miss Kia?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Clearly, right?
Yes, it's clearly.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the ICoSoPH committee, I am very grateful to welcome you all to the second international conference on social, politics, and humanities held by the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Bangka Belitung. I wish you a productive and enjoyable day of immersion in the best and the latest research in sociology, politics, education, and humanities. My very special thanks are presented to my wonderful team for all the care, expertise, and hard work they put into preparing this event. Even though we are in a difficult situation because of the COVID-19 pandemic and now in the light of the new normal, the second ICoSoPH 2021 can be successfully realized by our team. Therefore, we are going to cherish this historical moment. The second ICoSoPH aims at promoting research in the multiculturalism and nation buildings all around the world. More generally, in all areas of sociology, politics, humanities, and education-related disciplines. We do that in two main ways. Firstly, by organizing conferences like this one, and secondly, by publishing the presenters' articles in online proceedings. In total, there are many accepted papers, and we are going to review these papers before the publication in the proceedings. However, the presenters might choose other alternatives to publish their articles in the special journals, which are in collaboration with the second ICoSoPH. The selected papers will have the opportunities to publish in Dicty, the OAG, and Scopus or WAS index journals. We are privileged to have in attendance so many distinguished experts and researchers, as well as academicians. You are all leaders in your field of studies, and I'm fully confident that your knowledge, experience, and expertise will provide important insights on strengthening national mechanisms as a means of promoting nation buildings, gender equality, and the empowerment of multiculturalism all over the world. Finally, I would like to conclude by thanking the Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, the Dean of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Bangka Belitung, the distinguished keynote speakers, parallel presenters, and all participants who have honored us by their presence and speech at the second ICoSoPH 2021. I wish you all a very successful meeting and assure you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bob Morrison, for the warm and very interesting welcoming speech. Now, we are going to listen to the second opening speech delivered by the Dean of FISIP UBB. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now very pleased to invite Dr. Diana Anggraini M.Hum to deliver her welcome remark. Ms. Diana, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Kia. My voice is clear, Ms. Kia?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Okay, all praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the world, the master and creator of everything in the universe. Okay, the Honorable Rector Bangka Belitung University, the Honorable Aldin's Head of Program Study, the Honorable Keynote Speakers in the International Conference, thank you for time today. I would like to say thank you very much for the entire committee and academic teams who had hard work to prepare this international conference with good, and especially to all the guests of this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this international conference is delivering research trends on social politics and humanities in the light of new normal. The aims of the international conference are facilitate both national and international researchers who engage in social, political, and humanities studies together, discuss problems, and disseminate research innovation that they to do during the new normal. Develop pedagogical competence and open the horizons of both academic and practitioners related to development of science based on research realized during the new normal. I hope at this conference we will get a lot of important information. Therefore, I hope this international conference can be useful for this. My opening remark, I close with wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Kia.
Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Diana Anggraini for the very great opening speech. Maybe we can directly to introduce you the keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we will hear the presentation from our excellent keynote speaker, Dr. Changzoo Song from University of Auckland, New Zealand. This section will be led by our sincere moderator, Mr. Donald Fernando Lubis, SSMA. I'm now very pleased to invite Mr. Donald Fernando. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Kia.
Yes.
Okay, I hope everyone can listen. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Committee, presenters, and all participants of the Second International Conference on Social, Political, and Humanities, the second ICoSoPH 2021. I am Donald Fernando Lubis, and I would be chairing this oral presentation and later keynote session. And beforehand, I'd like to thank for all the welcoming speech representing the Honorable Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Dr. Ibrahim, and Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Dr. Diana Anggriani and Hum, and the Chairman of the second ICoSoPH, Mr. Bob Morrison Sigalingging and Hum. And now we're going to enter the session for our keynote speaker to convey his valuable presentation. Therefore, I would like to introduce us all, our keynote speaker, Dr. Changzoo Song. Dr. Changzoo Song is a senior lecturer in Asian Studies at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. He received his PhD in politics from the University of Hawaii as an East-West Center Fellow and worked in the United States, Latvia, and Ukraine before he joined the University of Auckland in 2002. His research interests include nationalism, national identity, diasporic identity in Korea, Japan, and China. His research has been published in various academic journals, including the Asian Ethnicities, Journal of Chinese Overseas, European Journal of Korean Studies, and Journal of Korea History, and he also teaches on Korean society and culture, Asian diasporas, and transnational Asia at the University of Auckland. And today, in this conference, Dr. Changzoo Song is going to present his work on the advantage of transnational co-ethnic networks, Korean Chinese entrepreneurship in innovating and globalizing the Xinjiang style barbecue lamb skewer business. Now, I'd like to welcome Dr. Changzoo Song to begin the presentation. Okay. Is it possible to start now? All right. Now, beforehand, I'd like to tell all for the presenters and all the participants to follow some regulations that we're going to conduct during this conference for the first day of ICoSoPH. The very first, during the presentation from our keynote speaker, we are not allowed to unmute the speaker. So if you have any queries or questions regarding to the keynote speaker, I'd like you to write your questions on the chat room later on, and I'm going to convey these questions later on to the keynote speaker. And this will be followed by the presentation by all the participants in this conference. Now, all right. So, secondly, During the presentation later, we are allowed to convey all the questions through the chat room, and the moderator or the MC later on will convey this to the speaker. Now, I'd like to return back to Ms. Kia for the program. Please, Ms. Kia.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction, Mr. Donald Fernando. Maybe I would very pleased to invite Dr. Changzoo Song from University of Auckland, New Zealand, to give a presentation. Dr. Changzoo Song? Hello? Wait a minute.
Excuse me, Miss Kia.
Yes?
We have our rector now, Mr. Ibrahim. So yeah,
okay.
Let him open officially this conference. While we are waiting for the keynote speaker, he will be with us at 8.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will have the opening speech from our Honorable Rector of Universitas Bangka Belitung, Dr. Ibrahim Esfil, MSE. He's now coming. So please give a warm applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Ibrahim Esfil, MSE, to deliver his welcome remark. Dr. Ibrahim, the time is yours.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm really sorry for being late. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'. First of all, let me say basmalah, bismillahirrahmanirrahim, for opening my welcome speech. Thanks to God also for everything that given to us. Because of His barakah, we are able to join together in this conference. My warmest regards should be delivered to the special guest, I think, to the keynote speakers of our conference today. There is Mr. Dr. Changzoo, and also Professor MMag, Dr. Eva Maria Hirzinger, and all participants. And special also thank you very much for the Dean of Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Ibu Dr. Diana Anggraini, and the head of Department of Sociology, English Literature, and also Political Science. And thank you very much also for all participants. With the enthusiastic, I'm happy to welcome you all at this conference. And on behalf of Universitas Bangka Belitung, we thanks to all participants, the committee, and also the speaker who have attended these opening sessions. I'm sorry for being late. Well, in the middle of limitation of pandemic COVID, I think meet by online, I think is the best way to still join in a scientific forum. We do realize that the virtual COVID will give us a new insight. Virtual meeting, I mean, will give us a new insight. Some of them maybe are the efficient benefit, and some of them are effective and easier meeting. But however, we do hope to meet by offline for the next year conference. Semoga saja. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this conference present a wide topic that covering some issues on social, political science, and humanities. And this is the second year of the conference. I think this is an amazing forum that held in the pandemic COVID. I think Bu Diana, Mr. Bob, and all the organizer will not give up to stop the conference, and finally present a meeting for all of you. And in this conference, the participants will share their perspective, their idea, and their findings on their research, and get the new feedback maybe in the parallel session from other participants, and also maybe from the keynote speaker. as a scientific forum, we understand that a paper of conference is a potential to be developed into a journal or a reputable book. Conference actually in this term is the gate to develop our articles. So that's why I hope the participant will deliver the best presentations and also the comments and to enrich the quality of the paper each other. I think we understand that it's not easy to get a reputable publisher after the conference. So Mr. Bob, Diana, and all the organizer or the committee, I hope will help the participants to get this suitable publisher and guide them to explore the fit publications. Well, on behalf of Universitas Bangka Belitung, sekali lagi, thanks to all of you in joining this conference, and hopefully that next conference will be held directly by offline meeting in Bangka Island, a beautiful island. So that's my short speech. Thank you very much for organizer, Bu Diana, and all the participants. I enjoyed the conference. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, as well, to deliver your very kind and insightful speech. Maybe we can continue our agenda to hear the presentation of keynote speaker. Is it okay to continue to keynote speaker? Maybe we still have time to wait our honorable keynote speaker. He will come at 8 a.m. Maybe we can wait for a while. Is it okay? Maybe we will wait. Maybe before he's coming, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Changzoo Song. Here is his CV. Dr. Changzoo Song is a senior lecturer in Asian Studies at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. He received his PhD in politics from the University of Hawaii as an East-West Center Fellow and worked in the United States, Latvia, and Ukraine before he joined the University of Auckland in 2002. His research interests including nationalism, national identity, diasporic identity in Korea, Japan, and China. His research has been published in various academic journals, including the Asian Ethnicities, Journal of Chinese Overseas, European Journal of Korea Studies, and Journal of Korea's History. He teaches on Korea society and culture, Asian diasporas, and transnational Asia at the University of Auckland. He is very credible to this topic, and now he will join us maybe around 10 minutes later because his time is at 8. Maybe we can wait for a while. We are very sorry for the inconvenience.
Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kami dari program studi Sosiologi Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Bangka Belitung. Program studi Sosiologi terbentuk sejak tahun 2006 di bawah naungan Fakultas Hukum dan Ilmu Sosial. Kemudian tahun 2011 bergabung dalam Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik. Sosiologi akan ditopangi dengan perolehan beasiswa yang ada, dan beasiswa yang ada di sosiologi itu dari kedutaan di Australia, kemudian dari Yayasan Salim, kemudian juga dari PPA, dan juga dari Kartu Indonesia Pintar dari Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan. Sehingga kemudian cukup dapat berkontribusi untuk mendorong sumber daya manusia dari sisi pembiayaannya. Nah, harapan terbesar kita mudah-mudahan mahasiswa ataupun calon mahasiswa ke depan dapat memilih program studi sosiologi, sehingga kemudian bersama sosiologi dapat membangun SDM unggul dalam konteks pembangunan pasca tambang dan juga melanjutkan kearifan lokal di tahun 2035 bersama sosiologi, Bangka Belitung, dan Indonesia Jaya.
Program studi ilmu politik memiliki visi menjadi program studi unggulan berbasis riset dalam bidang kajian ilmu politik yang berorientasi pada pembangunan berkelanjutan tahun 2035. Adapun misi dari program studi ilmu politik adalah ingin menyelenggarakan pendidikan yang bermutu dan berkualitas serta mampu menghasilkan lulusan sarjana ilmu politik yang bermoral, berintegritas, serta mampu menjawab tantangan perubahan baik lokal maupun global. Kemudian misi berikutnya adalah ingin menciptakan nilai intelektual yang progresif, humanis, aktif, kritis, serta terbuka terhadap berbagai peluang maupun hal-hal baru. Kemudian, prodi ilmu politik juga ingin mendorong dan mengembangkan kajian penelitian ilmiah serta pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam berbagai aktivitas politik yang tentu saja berbasis pada nilai-nilai kearifan lokal dan pembangunan berkelanjutan, serta mementingkan kepentingan bangsa dan negara.
Visi program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Bangka Belitung menjadi program studi yang unggul di bidang bahasa dan sastra Inggris yang berdaya saing melalui tridharma perguruan tinggi dengan menjunjung tinggi moralitas, mentalitas, dan intelektualitas. Misi program studi Sastra Inggris Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik Universitas Bangka Belitung menyelenggarakan kegiatan pendidikan dan pengajaran di bidang bahasa dan sastra Inggris untuk mendidik calon tenaga profesional yang unggul dan berdaya saing tinggi dalam mengaplikasikan pengetahuan dan keterampilan sesuai dengan bidang ilmu dan tuntutan zaman. Menyelenggarakan kegiatan penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat di bidang bahasa dan sastra Inggris dengan memberdayakan potensi lokal yang bersinergi dan kontributif terhadap pembangunan berkelanjutan di Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. Menjalin kerjasama di bidang pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan perguruan tinggi lainnya, perusahaan, lembaga pemerintahan atau swasta, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, dan para stakeholder lainnya.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Changzoo Song from University of Auckland, New Zealand. Okay, maybe now I will give the time back to Dr. Fernando for the moderator.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kia. Welcome to the conference, Dr. Song. Yes. Okay.
Good morning.
Right. Good morning,
Selamat
Dr.
pagi.
Song. Oh, selamat pagi, Dr. Song.
Nice to meet you.
Yes. Thank you for your coming. So welcome to.
Oops. Can you hear me? I can't hear you suddenly.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay. Am I sharing my screen with you? The PowerPoint? Oh,
Yes.
excellent. Okay. And just one sec. And I will maximize it. So you can see?
But it's not in a full size.
Oh, okay. So let me make it full size. Yeah.
It's not in a presentation view. Yeah, you can start slideshow.
How about now? Not so good?
Yeah, it's okay, but I can see your background, like your next slide, but it's okay, me.
Oh, really? You can see the PowerPoint, but it's a small still.
Yes, I think it's in the presenter view. It's supposed to be in the presenter view, not in the audience view. But maybe it's okay. You don't have any notes in there, so I think it's okay.
Okay. Sorry that I don't know how to do it, but let me try it though. I mean,
it's fine.
Okay.
It's okay. It's fine. You can start your presentation.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, again, selamat pagi orang-orang. Nama saya Samsu. No, my name is Changzoo Song. I'm an ethnic Korean living in New Zealand, and it's very nice to meet you this morning. It's the afternoon here in New Zealand, but I think in Indonesia it's 8 o'clock early in the morning. I hope you had some good coffee. Okay, so if not, silakan minum kopi. Yeah. Okay, so today I would like to share a small story that I have been writing recently with you, and this was just being published, not available yet, but very soon you will see it from an international journal. And the title of my talk today is The Advantage of Transnational Co-Ethnic Networks. Okay, it's a fancy word, but please don't worry, okay? Because the story is very simple, and I will talk 30 minutes, and then we will have some 15 minutes questions and answer session. Okay, so this is a story of lamb. In Indonesia, do you eat lamb meat? Because lamb meat is halal, yeah? Okay, but in Korea, people didn't eat lamb. People didn't eat lamb, okay? But now they do, but in the past, no, because there was no lamb. Okay? The Koreans eat pork, sorry, it's a haram, okay? Pork and chicken and beef and so on. But anyway, this is a story of lamb, culinary culture, human migration, and innovation. So this is a restaurant. This is all in China, not in Korea, that I took the photos. This is a very fancy restaurant in Qingdao in Eastern China. And then once you go into the restaurant, now what do you see here? Lamb. Okay. A lot of lamb, because this restaurant, they sell lamb barbecue. Of course, lamb meat, as you see, this is a very fancy restaurant, very expensive, okay? But because lamb meat is widely consumed among Muslims in Central Asia, Middle East, and countries like Indonesia and India and Northern China, Western China, you know. So, but somehow Koreans didn't have that tradition of eating lamb meat. Before we start, I want to share some terms with you. I'm sure that most of you might be familiar with these terms, but geographical terms. This is China, the Chinese map. Do you see this small screen as well here? Yeah? Okay, but anyway, first, remember Xinjiang Autonomous Region in China. Okay? And now this area is China's northwest, far west in China. And I will show you this map. The Xinjiang Autonomous Region is here. And this is Islamic area. So here, the people, the Uyghur, we call them Uyghurs, Uyghur Muslim people live there, and they are oppressed by Chinese government, very sadly. Okay, but anyway, that's the reason. And then the second one is Korean Chinese. Korean Chinese are ethnic Koreans. This is a Korea here, Korea, South Korea and North Korea, and this is right here at the end of China and border, near the border with Russia. Okay, so here these people live. They are Koreans living in China. Okay, and now the third term is the internal migration in China after the 1980s, because when China changed this policy, reform and so-called open policy within China. Until then, Chinese people could not migrate inside China even, because it is a communist country. But after 1990s was a slightly opened, and now people could migrate. Now this migration, historians says, that's the biggest human migration in the whole world, because of the sheer number of Chinese not migrating overseas, but within China. Okay, and some other terms. And where did they move in China? Inland. Inland China was very poor, but coastal China was developing. So a lot of people poor inland were moving to coastal China. Coastal China is here, the east and south. Okay, this area here's Tianjin and Qingdao and Shanghai and Guangzhou. These are the very well-developing area in China. Meanwhile, deep inland in China, it was not developing. So people were migrating. Okay? Now, one of them was this Uyghur Muslims. Muslims also migrated because, as I showed you, the Xinjiang is a very remote area. Okay? So they are very poor and they migrated in search of opportunities. Okay? And when they migrated, of course, they don't just migrate. They bring their own culture. And in this case, their culinary culture. Okay? So they came and they brought this barbecue lamb skewer, which is very tasty. I will show you the photo soon. Okay? Now, these people, they spread out everywhere in China, and eventually they reached Korean Autonomous Prefecture in northeast, a very cold area, okay, in China. And then these Koreans in China, they also migrated to South Korea, which is their ethnic homeland, because by 1980s, South Korean wage cannot be compared with the wage in China. It was very high. So a lot of people tried to move to South Korea and work to make money. Okay? So there was a lot of migration within China, but ethnic groups like Koreans in China, they migrated to South Korea. And then we also need to understand global Korean diasporic network. The Koreans are scattered around, like Chinese, and also we here in New Zealand we have Indonesians as well, and so Koreans are scattered where? In China, in Russia, because it is very close, they have a border, but also to the United States and Japan and Latin America. Today they are everywhere. Okay? But anyway, so this is a background. But because they are Koreans, they are connected, okay? Each other, no matter where they live. And ethnic capital. Ethnic capital is, actually it means network. Network, if you know other people, you can get their help, you can learn from them, you can trust them better, and so on and so on. Now, this becomes a capital in real world. Okay, so ethnic capital is inherent trust and advantages which stem from and belong to certain ethnic groups. Okay, so that's ethnic capital. Communities that have high ethnic capital, they tend to prosper. Okay. Okay, so that's the introduction and contents here. I will talk about this food first. Okay, so in Xinjiang, the Uyghur people, they eat lamb, and this is Xinjiang, by the way. Okay. So here you see the lamb, and then Xinjiang children with lamb. Lamb is their life. Okay? And Xinjiang people are known to be good traders in ancient days. Okay? During the Silk Road, the Xinjiang people, they were in between China and Central Asia. So they were traders. Okay? But then later, when Silk Road disappeared, then they were living in Xinjiang and without doing too much trading. Okay. So if you go Xinjiang, the barbecue lamb skewers, this is a barbecue lamb skewer, is very famous. This is like Indonesian sate ayam. Okay. So it's like a satay. Okay, but it's a pig. Okay, it's a pig. And Xinjiang people call it chua. And then they, just like in Indonesia, you barbecue outside, okay? And then you bring it to your restaurant and you are served, okay? And Xinjiang the barbecue kebab is, the meat is quite big. It's kind of about like this big, okay? So, but very tasty and marinated with Uyghur seasonings, salt, ground cumin, white pepper, chili pepper, and so on and so on, okay? And in 1980s, because they are poor, these people, they started to move other parts of China with this food as a street peddler. They would bring this food, this skill, and then on the street, they will sell. They will barbecue and they will sell, okay? And they reached everywhere in China, but by mid-1980s, they reached to the eastern end where Koreans were living. Okay? So that's the beginning of this story. By the way, quiz, who are the heaviest drinkers in the world? Drinking. Sorry, Indonesians, you know, because you don't drink, but as you see in this statistical data, that Koreans are heaviest drinkers actually in Asia, okay? But anyway, so anyway, when this Xinjiang people, the Uyghur people brought this barbecue as a street peddlers to Korean autonomous prefecture, first Koreans didn't pay attention because they don't eat lamb. Lamb is, you know, they don't know lamb. But then they discovered when they drink beer, oh man, this lamb kebab is pretty good. Okay? So suddenly it gained popularity. So all Koreans now, they started to eat and drink. But Xinjiang people, do they sell beer? No, because they are Muslims. Okay? Good Muslims, you don't deal with alcohol. Okay? But Koreans, they don't mind. They are not Muslim. Okay? They just anything. So they gradually, Koreans started to do this business, selling lamb barbecue and together with alcohol. Okay? But then because Koreans had more money than Uyghur people, why? Because, as I said, they have access to South Korea. So their relatives, or they go to South Korea and then work, and they have some money. Okay, they send money, bring it to South Korea. So because they have money, they can open restaurant. So Xinjiang people, Uyghur people would sell their lamb outside on the street, but Koreans would make a restaurant. Okay, and now this capital that they gained from South Korea helped them. Okay, and then when Koreans started to do this business, innovation began. Okay, very interesting innovation. The first innovation was they moved from street to restaurant, first of all, and they served with beer, okay, and other alcohol as well. And also, actually, if you look at any kebab, they don't just put meat. Often they put meat, fat, meat, fat, meat, fat, because the fat between the meat, it makes the kebab tastier, okay? Xinjiang people, they would put meat and lamb fat, meat, lamb fat. But Koreans, why should we put lamb fat only? Well, we can put pork fat. Okay, now that's, of course, that's a haram. Okay, but Koreans don't care. Okay, so they just put, and that was one thing. And then they also added Korean spices and side dishes as well. And then they changed also the skewer from bamboo. Okay, why do they change the skewer? Because in Xinjiang, you have access to bamboo. It's relatively warm, okay? But where Koreans living in northeast, very cold, minus 25, 30 degrees in winter. Okay, so bamboos cannot grow. And bamboo was very difficult to find. What would be the solution? The solution came from very interesting way, because China at that time, this was China in 1990s, most Chinese, well, every Chinese has a bicycle, because a bicycle was like automobile today, okay? But then Chinese economy was changing and more bicycles were unnecessary, okay? And as you see here, junkyard, you see so many bicycles. These brilliant Koreans, they thought, wait a minute, why should we use a bamboo? Look at bicycle. There are metal spokes. Maybe we can use it. And they started to use this. Okay, so using bicycle spoke, they put meat. Okay, very interesting. And once they have a metal skew, now more technological innovation was possible. Okay. Now, first of all, another thing was this restaurant, the problem was smoke, you know, because Uyghur people, they barbecue outside. So smoke is not a problem. But Koreans, they eat in restaurant. Now, if you barbecue in restaurant, has a lot of smoke, and especially in the winter, because you can't open window and door, because as I said, this Manchuria, that's Manchuria, okay, where Koreans living, and that's a very, very cold. So Korean customers didn't like the smoke. So they invented grills that doesn't produce smoke. I will show you, okay? And then they started to make it mechanized. They started to make it like a automatic barbecue. Okay, I will show you. And they also make it upmarketized. You know, it was a street food, very cheap street food when Uyghur people started, but Koreans made it middle level price. Now they made it very high luxurious restaurant. Okay, let's see how they did it. By the way, actually the Koreans are not the only ones who started, who really do lamb barbecue, learning from Uyghur, but Chinese also do, okay? Han Chinese, because Han Chinese near Beijing, Beijing was built mostly by Mongols when Mongols invaded China. So Mongols they are nomadic people and they eat lamb. Okay, so from that tradition, Han Chinese for a long time, they eat similar food. Okay. Now, this is Han Chinese. It's exactly same as Uyghur food, but they serve it with the Chinese, northeastern Chinese. This, this is like a bread. Okay. Anyway, and Chinese also have a machine to make a barbecue. Okay, but this is a factory barbecue, not restaurant barbecue. So as you see here, very primitive kind of machine, and you can, put so many things, and then they use electricity and they barbecue. But anyway, this restaurant, this was the first one. This was called the Pungmo in Korean, okay, or Fangmao in Chinese. They started mechanization, and this is the mechanized barbecue machine. Interesting. It looks like this, okay? And it has holes here, and these holes would suck any smoke that coming from barbecue. But also this the top part moves, and this top part moves, and then here your the skewers automatically roll. So human beings don't need to barbecue. Okay, it looks like that. Okay, so this is an automatic machine. So when you order, they will bring this skewers with meat, and then you will just put them one by one on each here, and then here's a small cog, and with these small holes, catch the cog, and then because the whole thing is moving, the barbecue is rolling, okay? So you don't need to do anything. What would be the effect, business effect of this? Now, these Korean customers, their hands are free, okay? And what does it mean? Now they can eat more, they can drink more. So you as a restaurant owner, this is wonderful, okay? Your sales go up. And also, this restaurant also made another innovation. And at that time in China, this luxurious restaurant, they didn't have a centralized glass kitchen, okay? And he's the guy who started this business, and he's like a multi-millionaire, and he learned this from South Korea, because many of these ethnic Koreans, they went to South Korea and they learned, they worked at construction sites, their wives were working at restaurants and so on. So they learned what the good restaurant was like. Okay? And in China, of course, this was not known because China was a communist country until then. And now this is so clean and you can see everything. So this centralized kitchen, as you can imagine, first of all, people trust. Oh, my food is being prepared there. But also it is fun to look at. Okay? So it brought a lot of business effect. And also in China, trust on food is very low. Okay, that's the always problem, because some people put something, bad things, chemicals into food and so on. So he bought huge land in Inner Mongolia. That's in northeastern part of China, and now because that's famous for grassland. Okay, so they own and they run this farm, and in this farm they raise their land. Okay, so it can be trusted. And then this uniform and everything, this he learned from other ethnic Koreans who used to work in South Korea as well. And of course, it has online. Okay, now the third innovation was the most innovative thing. They benefited from this globalization, particularly the global ethnic Korean network. Okay? The first, after they reached this stage, they started to open restaurants, not in Korean autonomous prefecture, which is small. Okay, they moved to Beijing and Shanghai and Qingdao and Guangzhou and Chongqing and Nanjing, everywhere. China is a big country. If you are successful in one business in China, you can be relatively easily, you can be a multi-billionaire because of the market is so big, right? Especially like a food, everyone eats food. So they spread out to other cities, and using global ethnic Korean networks and capital, they also spread out to other countries, as I say, to South Korea first, and then to Japan, and then United States, and then United Kingdom, and so on. So these are the ethnic Korean, the lamb skewer restaurants in Qingdao. Different. Qingdao is also a big city, and different part of Qingdao, you see that in Chinese, but also in Korean, because it's a Korean restaurant. And this one here as well, it's Chinese, but also in Korean. Okay, and the original Xinjiang lamb changed so much, as you see here. Okay, because even side dishes, this is a Xinjiang. Okay, Xinjiang spice. Okay, but then Koreans added their own side dishes and their own spices and soybean sauce and so on and so on. But they also made, this is the inside of the restaurant. You see that this is very clean. very luxurious restaurant, and it can accommodate like some 200 people eating. Okay. And this is the table. And this is all the innovations are here. This is a sachet. This is a small package where Xinjiang, the spices are in. Okay. If you go into the restaurant, everything is already set. Here's a barbecue machine here, and soon they will ignite it, and then the barbecue machine will start to work. And then, as you see here, this is sachets, different spices are all there. And then, of course, glasses for water and beer. Okay. So, what is the benefit of this making sachet? Because until then, people frequently would call, "Hey, waiter, hey, waitress, can you give me more spices?" Okay. Now, you don't need to hire more staff for that because everything is already in sachet and they are all easily can presented as you see here, because under the table, they have these drawers, and here everything is well arranged already. Chopsticks and all the sachets and everything. So people don't need to call waiters. Okay? And also when waiters bring the food they order, okay? This is before barbecue, and this table, under the table, they can pull out another table which can be used very handy. Okay, so as you see here, it's all Koreanized, and this is a Xinjiang, the way spices and so on. So now this became a very much innovative the food which didn't exist before. Okay, so they expanded to Los Angeles, where Los Angeles, Koreatown. Ethnic Koreans from China, they don't have any relatives in Los Angeles, but South Koreans, because this was built by South Koreans, but their ethnic connection with the South Koreans, they could expand to Los Angeles. Okay, so there are several of these restaurants in Los Angeles, and this is in Seoul. And in Seoul, actually, I don't know how many, but maybe at least 1,000 of this kind of restaurant. And also, Koreans are living in Japan as well. And just like K-pop and K-food, this K-food is very popular everywhere. And so they move just wherever they have people who may want to buy their food. So I saw their restaurants in Tokyo and Osaka, and this is one of them in Los Angeles, as I said. Okay. And this innovation of this grill, smokeless grill, is being continued even today. This is one of the most recent machines that it looks like that. It's round, so you can barbecue, and there's no smoke comes out, okay, from this. And this is a very energy saving, energy efficient machine as well. And then also the Koreans also do barbecue this way, you know, with this heavy, the metal kind of cover, heated cover, and they put their meat, okay? So this can be changed into this type of barbecue grill as well. Okay, so now I filled 30 minutes nearly, so let me quickly do recap and conclusion. The migration is not just movement of people. It is amazing movement of culture and ideas. And when different cultures meet together, then people tend to create something that didn't exist before. And that's how our economy develops continuously. Okay? So migration always diffuse ethnic culinary cultures, and sometimes they meet each other and they create new one. And this accumulation of capital from migrant workers, that capital works everywhere. Okay, I know that a lot of hardworking Indonesians, they work in other countries and they send money home, and the families receiving the money, they buy a house, sometimes they open new business, and the family becomes rich. They pay more tax, the government got rich, and that's how a country becomes rich, and that's how the world becomes rich. And also they learn technology and new ideas, and this becomes sources of innovation, and diasporic network works as an ethnic capital. Now, they also had some amazing impact. As I said, this small movement of Uyghur people from Xinjiang to all the way to Eastern China, they changed Korean culinary habit in a very short time. I told you, Koreans in the past, they didn't eat lamb meat. Now they do. Here in New Zealand, we export a lot of lamb meat to South Korea now, okay? 20 years ago, no export. But now we export a lot of lamb meat to South Korea. And thanks to that incident. And now, this also gave small business opportunities to hundreds of Korean Chinese migrants who come to South Korea, because for them, it's very difficult to compete with the South Koreans. But because, as I said, South Koreans, they didn't know lamb. So they can't make lamb barbecue. But Korean Chinese, they started this business. They are the one who knows, and they can compete successfully with the South Koreans. Okay, so I see that many wealthy people are continuously produced from this business. Okay, so they spread out to other countries, changing global culinary culture a little bit and adding a new diversity to global culinary culture. Well, I think I will stop here. And if you have any questions or comments and so on, please don't hesitate and ask me. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Changzoo Song. It is very interesting and insightful presentation. Maybe we will continue to the discussion section. We will read the question from the participants. So for all the participants, if you have any question, you can send a message or comment. And the discussion will be led by our moderator, Mr. Donald Fernando. Mr. Donald Fernando.
Right.
Okay, you can let the discussion now.
Thank you, Ms. Tia. Interesting, Dr. Song. Thank you for your presentation. We've got a lot of insight about the culture and how the culture develops in Korea with another Chinese and Japanese culture. Even the food could be the triggers of cultural developments and acculturations there. Well then, I think there is a similarity we have in Indonesia that
I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. Mr. Dodal have a trouble about for the connection. Maybe I will help him to read the question from the participants. Wait a minute. Okay. We have a question from Prodi PBI STKIP Sinar Pancasila. He's so curious why people in Korea are familiar with drinking, Mr. Changzoo. Even Moon do that. Is it because of the culture?
Oh yeah, very yeah. Thank you for your question about drinking culture in Korea. Well, we don't know why they drink so much, but this is not just today. The ancient history where Chinese wrote about Koreans, and they already realized that these guys in East, which is China's East, they tend to love drinking and singing and dancing. Okay, so so we know that maybe this is not just today's phenomenon. Maybe Koreans were doing this all the time. Okay? But I think it is a modern South Korean society because it is just so the country is just so small. Okay, so drinking seems to be one of the most easy leisure for Koreans because it doesn't cost too much. You don't need to go anywhere. You just sit with your friend, and if you have something to eat, you just drink. Maybe that's the only explanation I can give. But of course, drinking in some societies has something to do with the stress level. Okay, but Koreans don't think it is particularly stressed. Of course, it is a society that has a tremendous stress. Okay, that's for sure. But it is more sort of a tradition rather than social. Maybe both, but I think a tradition anyway. That's why same Koreans living in China, they also drink. They even drink even more than South Koreans. Okay? And Chinese know it very well.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. So Korean people has the habit to drink alcohol because it's such of leisure for them. And also maybe because Korean has a cold weather and cold climate, which is alcohol drink can make them can help them with warmer, so they don't feel too chill. So
that's a very interesting interpretation. That's very interesting. But the Koreans, they don't, even in summer, they drink.
Oh, so they don't. So alcohol, drinking alcohol is not for the reason to heat themselves in the winter.
I think
more
it's
for pleasure?
every opportunity, every reason, I think they will find. They will drink.
Okay. Because Mr. Donald has already come, maybe he can continue to read the question from the participants. Mr. Donald, I have read the first question from the Pancasila, Sinar Pancasila. Maybe you can read the question after it. The next.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Kia. I'm so sorry with the inconvenience, Dr. Song. Okay, now let's see one question from Andri Purwanto. Do the Korean government charge high price for beer and alcohol to reduce car accidents and other crimes caused by alcohol? Well, dealing with the car accidents caused by alcohol. What do you think, Dr. Song?
Yes, that's a very, very good question, and I feel ashamed of my being a Korean. Okay, I don't drink much. Okay, I don't drink much, but Korea, my fellow citizens in Korea, they do, and I think now, Dr. Donald Lubis, I think you gave one answer, because alcohol in Korea is so cheap and so available. Like a soju, not in Indonesia, you would know soju that much, but wherever people watch Korean K-drama and eat K-food, they love soju. Even here in New Zealand, every alcohol shop, they sell Korean soju. Now, in South Korea, that's very, very cheap. It's only $50. And you can find it everywhere, convenient store, supermarket. So I think that is one reason. I really think Korean government should impose a huge tax, heavy tax, so that people cannot drink. But in Christian cultures, like in America or here in general, after certain
Maunya
time,
jam 9, anak-anak belum ada yang datang nih.
yeah. So in America, after like 11 o'clock at night, the supermarket, they will all close the alcohol section. Not in Korea, not in Japan, but Koreans drink way more than Japanese, and I'm so sorry. Yeah.
It's not a thing to sorry, Dr. Song, because the same thing happened also in Indonesia, I guess. Well, yeah. Well, in several places or several tribes here, drinking it's a kind of a social relationship actually. Especially in my hometown, like in North Sumatra, most of the people in North Sumatra also consume the alcohol, even though it's not in a in so much drink, just as a social drink. Yes. So I think I should also say sorry about that, Dr. Song.
Oh, no, jangan.
All right, Dr. Song. All right. Thank you for the question, question and answer just now. Let's see another question here from Nur Haliza from PBI. The question is about the lamb meat. Do Koreans not like lamb meat too much because of health reasons or anything else? All right, that's a question from Nur Haliza. Whether it's about health reason or maybe another reasons. Please, Dr. Song.
Okay, yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you. Well, actually, South Korea today is a relatively wealthy country. But in the past, no, the country was very poor. Actually, among Korea, Japan, China, Korea was the poorest country. For many reasons, but because of the war, it's a much smaller and so on and so on. But meat was a luxury in Korean history. And the only meat that Koreans could afford was generally chicken and pork, not much beef. Today, Korean food has a lot of beef, like bulgogi and barbecue, but that's relatively recent phenomenon. But anyway, to raise sheep, you need the grassland. But that's why in Mongolia and Manchuria, it's very easy to raise sheep, but not in Korea. Korea, they don't have land, but also the grassland doesn't exist. So traditionally, there was not many lamb in Korea. That's why they didn't eat.
All right. Thank you for the answer, Dr. Song. Well, we have one question from our honorable rector. Dr. Ibrahim, our rector, would like to please you convey the questions directly. Please, Dr. Ibrahim.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Changzoo Song. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Actually, I have read so many articles that by Changzoo Song in Asian ethnicity journals and some publications. Well, nice presentation, Mr. Zhou. From your research, we learned that the diasporic network is an ethnic capital. This is the underlined finding, I think, of your research. We learned also this finding in Bangka Islands when the China's culinary influenced local food and now become a favorite food. There is a mie, bakso, empe-empe, otak-otak, kind of that. Even in Bangka, not only food that influence the local taste, but also the culture, the idiom, dialects, and also many aspects that influence the local taste. So that's why we can share togetherness, I think, by a cup of drink or by a plate. We learned also that halal and haram finally adapted in an innovation culinary. Nah, my question, do you think that we have an opportunity to solve the barrier of religious problem also by culinary? Maybe this is a kind of offside question. That's all my question, Changzoo. According to you, do we
Okay.
have a problem to solve our religious problem by culinary also?
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I'm sorry. Somehow in the middle, I could not hear very well. So can you repeat your question, Lector?
Yes, thank you, thank you. No, I mean that we actually we can share our togetherness, not only our differentiation of our ethnicity, our identity, but we can share our togetherness by culinary, by a cup of drink, by cup of by a plate, and also by many aspects that that we can get from the culinary, our ethnicity, and also culinary aspect. But my question is kind of what's it? Kind of offside question. Do you think that we have also opportunity to solve the barrier of our religious problem by culinary? As we understand that in Indonesia we have so many problems, religious problems. Do you think we have opportunity?
Oh, well, yeah, that's a good point. That actually, because the world is globalizing, and when I grew up in South Korea, when I left South Korea some 30-something years ago, we really didn't see that many foreign food. But now we see halal food restaurant everywhere, and South Korea is wants to produce more halal food because this halal population in the whole world, they are wealthy, their number is huge. But unfortunately, South Korea also had this religious fundamentalist, that some strange Christians in South Korea, they even opposed. Why should we produce halal food? Okay, because they don't know anything, they don't understand the Islam and so on. So this globalization, while it brings people together and but at the same time, it also sharpened these religious small differences. But I think they are minority, they are tiny minority. The great majority of people, Koreans, they also Indonesians, they enjoy each other's food. And I personally love nasi goreng and just everything, sate ayam. So it is good. The food is a hope in a sense that it can bring together. So in anthropology, this concept of a commensality, which is like we eat together on the same table, because eating, sharing food on the same table, it has a great social meaning that we are sharing our food, which is a source of life. And so through this, the food will connect us. And I think eventually that can really heal this any ideological or religious differences as well. Okay, so sorry that's all I can say. But your question is very fundamental and deep. So
All right, Dr. Ibrahim, what do you think? Are you going to? Okay. Thank you for the questions, our beloved rector, and also great answers from our speaker. Well done. Perhaps we have another questions. And perhaps we can make later the conclusions related to the presentation given by Dr. Song here. If there's no more questions, we are going to close this session. And before closing it, perhaps we can make a brief conclusions that even the street food and the social drinks and all activities related to the cultural background from the people will involve in call the development of cultures or acculturation in one place, and it has become a very identical identity, traditional or national identity of a place. Fortunately, I have also some friends from South Korea visiting Indonesia at that time, and when I give them our identical food, durian, they found that durian is a golden fruit. They say like that. Perhaps because durian is very expensive in South Korea, I think, Dr. Song. Yes. All right then. Well then, I think we have done all the session for the first keynote speaker from Dr. Changzoo Song, and thank you for the presentation, for a great presentation. And this session I give back to our presenter, our MC, Miss Kia. Time is yours, Miss Kia.
Okay, thank
And
you very much.
Miss Kia, I'm sorry, Miss Kia, can I just say something?
Oh, yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your inviting me, and it is always my great pleasure to meet the Indonesian students and professors and colleagues. And I always feel Indonesians are very amazing people, and Indonesia has such a rich tradition and diversity. So, and also Indonesia has so much street food. So young people in Indonesia, please, you can globalize your street food. Okay, of course, not everyone will succeed, but there are a lot of opportunity for you to globalize this Indonesian street food, which can become a global food. Okay, yeah, thank you. So that's my.
Thank you very much for your suggestion. Maybe we can go globalize our traditional food such as bakso, mie ayam. Do you ever eat that? It's very delicious, right? It's very popular among, yeah, it's very popular among Indonesians. So thank you very much, Mr. Donald Fernando and Dr. Changzoo Song, for very interesting and great discussions. Thank you, Dr. Changzoo Song, to introduce us to the historical research and ethnicities relation behind our traditional cuisine, the delicious lamb barbecue. We now have the insight on how Asian cuisine has evolved from decades to decades into the delicacy cuisine we acknowledge now. There's a lot of historical reason, right? Talking about delicacy food make us hungry, actually.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Saya juga.
Yeah, it's very appealing. Yeah. Before we enter the next session, maybe we would like to capture our session. We have a photo session to the documentation of this conference. So to all the honorable speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, please turn on your camera. We will have a photo session. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, another. 1, 2, 3. One more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
Terima kasih.
Yes, before we enter the breaking room, I would like to inform you that we have a couple of parallel rooms, and each of the parallel room will be delivered by moderator. The parallel room 1 is for language and translational studies with Mr. Tri Ariwibowo as the moderator, and the parallel session 2 is for public and law with Mr. Randy as the moderator. For all the oral speaker participants, you can join the parallel room in accordance with your topic, and we will go back to this room between 12 o'clock until 13 o'clock to continue our agenda and hear the presentation from our honorable keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Dwia. Our next speaker is Excellency Speaker by Prof. MMag, Dr. Eva Maria Hirzinger-Unterrainer from University of Innsbruck, Austria. So now you can enter your briefing room to have oral presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Song, for giving us insight, fruitful insight.
then the second one, we have the exploring digital literacy skills of prospective Indonesian EFL teachers. The third papers will be translation of Catholic Church terms in Brown's Angel and Demons. And then the fourth paper is a honorific in Balinese address terms in its translation into English. And then the next one would be the mental lexicon of elementary school students in Indonesian EFL context. And then approximately at 10:30 will be Batak Toba script preserving its authenticity in globalization stream. And then next one would be online learning during pandemic and analysis of service strategy taxonomy errors made by the students of SMA Sinar Pancasila Betun. And the next one is integrating basic translation skills and 21st century skills in the online teaching of translation. And then positioning a participant's mood on watches advertising as multimodal discourse. And then the style and language parable in the novel of Salah Pilih works, Nur Sultan Iskandar, the study of stylistic. And then the last one will be the personal reference in the Jakarta Post News Health topic October 2021. I would like to remind you that the presentation will be 10 minutes and then followed by 3 minutes question and answer. And then I would like to invite our first speakers of the day, who will be giving the presentation about media literacy of high school students in critical and safe social media. Mr. Tijan, the time is yours.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Aribo. Here I am Yan Amatila on behalf of Mr. Tijan. I will present our study about media literacy of high school students in critical and soft social media. This is our background. First is because this COVID pandemic forced to distance learning and we now the study at home. Second is the law. Okay. Did you see my presentation?
Yes, we can clearly see your presentation, Mr. Tija.
Okay, thank you. The second is the Low Digital Civility Index by Microsoft that the internet users are at online risk of hoax, hate speech, discrimination, and etc. The third is the increasing case of UU ITE violation, such as defamation and hate speech on social media. And the fourth is that almost all of students have social media account. This is the media literacy. Some literature said that media literacy has become the center of gravity to fight the fake news. There are some media literacy to learn about and to master. For the example is recognition and articulating the need for information, communication, and media. And the others we can read. So, how to use social media for learning? First is we ask students to create the content. This content should include criticism for the social, and then just sharing the content, said interactivity with teachers and friends will have significant impact on student academic work. And the third is the digital guidance, that because spending hours in social media will not improve academic skills, so that teachers should give guidance to the students so that they find time to learn. So this is the UUITE, the Electronic Information and Transaction Law. There are so many laws that we have to avoid so that we have a safe social media interaction. Some of the law is we cannot spread false and misleading news that result in loss or dissemination information that create feeling of hatred or hostility toward a certain individual or community group based on ethnicity, religion, race, and intergroup. We can say SARA. And this is our study method. And actually, we have 30 students in our control group and 31 in experiment group, but unfortunately, only 17 and 22 students they complete both pre-test and post-test. This is what we say the learning loss in online study, distance learning. Our student is in senior high school in Semarang district, and the teacher has no social media account and is a new adopter of technology. And our control group will learn using expository learning and using Zoom and Google Drive, which is common in Indonesia. And the experiment group will learn using discussion, using social media, and here we use Instagram. In the first day in Taiwan, the control group and experiment group have pre-test, and then they observe the example of UUETE violation. A control group use the Zoom and experiment group use the IG. The expository learning of the group, they listen teacher explanation about violation and how to avoid it. But in the experiment group, they have discussion by themselves. And then teacher asks students to create content, and the control group will send their content to Google Drive, and experiment group send that posting their content in IG, and then the teacher will reclaim to the class Instagram group. In the second day, control group will observe critical content that's selected by teachers. And in the experiment group, they can select by themselves which content they want to observe, because all is presented in the group account. And then control group will listen again the teacher's explanation about potential of violation and how to avoid it, and the experiment group will discuss in online. And after that, they have a post-test. This is just a simple experiment. So this is the result. We can see here that both pre-test and post-test has no significant difference. And the score of pre-test with post-test also has no significant difference. So this show that have no impact in their learning achievement. That's just because distance learning may lead to the learning loss. And we see that students have difficulty to differ between the defamation and hate speech. This defamation and hate speech both are violation, but they have difficulty to different. This is a defamation or the hate speech that is in our test. And the experiment teacher gave less guidance because our teacher gave only one comment in each posting. I think they should be more active in the discussion to lead discussion to a better quality. Okay. And then we try to analyze the discussion behavior. And you can see that the second discussion is better than the first discussion. It's about the politeness, the quality, and the meaningful, and so on. The different mean is about 1.72 score. And the reason is the online communication tools can actively support our interaction and relationship. The online phone room can create and support the development of active and interactive communities that will realize the greatest social capital benefit. And if we see the comment, many students mentioned that we have to be careful in commenting, which is the main aspect to avoid the case of internet law. So this is our conclusion about the effect of learning in media literacy. Learning on social media did not improve student test score, but their behavior in discussion. The second, teacher guidance is required so that they have a better quality of discussion, and digital civility can be increased because students become more aware of their comment. And maybe that's all of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tijan. Okay, I'm afraid that we cannot see your face now. Would you please?
I'm sorry. My laptop has no camera.
Wow, it's really interesting laptop, isn't it?
It's old laptop.
Oh, it is an old laptop. Okay, for dear participants in this session, if you have any questions regarding Mr. Tijan's paper, would you please just mention your question, or you can write it down on the chat, or you can raise your hand first. Okay. Please, I would like to invite any participant who are willing to give a comment or maybe question to Mr. Tijan. Okay, we still have 3 minutes to ask question to Mr. Tijan. Probably I would like to start the question to Mr. Tijan. I believe that you are doing a quantitative research, right? Using a quasi, right?
Yeah.
I would like to ask you to whom you are giving your experiment and control variable, probably your student or probably your, I don't know.
Oh, this is, and because we are lecturers, so we came to a school in Semarang Regency, and we asked permission from the headmaster to have experiments, and we teach their teacher to do the experiment.
Would you like to please give me the exact name of the school, because I'm quite familiar with Semarang as well. I am the alumni of UNES as well. Oh, Ungaran, right?
Ungaran too. Yeah, as I remember.
Ungaran.
Unfortunately, that the headmaster now has passed away because of COVID-19.
Okay, I'm really sorry to hear that. Okay, I still invite question from participant. If you have any question regarding the research or regarding the methodology used by Mr. Tijan, you can please raise your hand or maybe write it down on the chat box. Okay, Mr. Tijan, I believe that you are a lecturer in Semarang State University, isn't it?
Mr. Tijan, yes.
Okay. In what faculty, if I may know?
Social science faculty.
Social science. I was the students of Semarang State University as well, but I'm alumni of FBS, Fakultas Bahasa and Seni.
English.
Yeah, English literature. Okay. Is there anyone who would like to ask to Mr. Tijan? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tijan, for delivering the paper to us. And Don't go anywhere, Mr. Tijan,
Yeah,
because we must still in this session. We must hear all of the 10 presenters to do the presentation. Now, I would like to invite the second speakers of the day, who will giving us the papers about exploring digital literacy skills of prospective Indonesian EFL teachers by Novalita Francisca Tungka. Hello, good morning, Miss or Mrs. Novalita. How are you today?
Good morning. I'm fine, thank you. I hope my voice is heard loud and clear.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Now you can do the presentation.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity. The title of my presentation here is Exploring Digital Literacy Skills of Prospective Indonesian EFL Teacher. And actually, I am here to present this in team, but however, my team members cannot attend. And then we are from Universitas Marosoposo, Sulawesi Tengah, Universitas Ciputra Surabaya. And then this is our presentation. Our rationales for this research is that online learning has now become the standard of delivering course materials, and now the course materials are mostly presented digitally. And then, since then, digital information in classroom practice requires educators to be digitally literate. And then we think that the prospective teachers are higher education students who are majored in teacher education. In this study is English language education is a crucial component to improve the quality of English teaching and learning in digital era nowadays. So based on that thought, we want to explore the levels of digital literacy skills of prospective Indonesian EFL teachers in order to give insights on how do they engage with information digitally. And then later it can inform teachers' teaching practices in the matter of the integration and implementation of digital tools later in English learning practices. We took 3 related research. First is from Darwanto, Rini, and Heru Satoto. Their research showed that 12 language teachers in Indonesia show different levels of digital and navigation skills, but they still have to be trained in order to be able to quickly serve in this digital learning practice. And from Lisa and Andrianti, 2020, they found that 54 EFL graduate students in Indonesia show high level of digital literacy skills and are ready to implement digital technologies in their teaching practice. And also from outside the Nepal context, 426 secondary school level Nepalese English teachers are already prepared for online teaching mode because they show digital literacy skills such as word processing, the use of the internet, downloading, and online presentation. And our presentation contributes as a reference to provide more information on prospective Indonesian EFL teachers' digital literacy skills in the matter of their readiness for the integration and implementation of digital tools later. These are the methods. Our participants are 336 prospective teachers from 7 cultural regions in Indonesia. I wrote the name of the regions: Medan, Sidoarjo, Poso, Pontianak, Kupang, Singaraja, and Sorong. They are majoring in English language education. And then female students dominated the respondents, ages between 17 to 30 years old. And then all learners had either smartphone or laptop to facilitate them in their online learning experiences. For the instruments, this is a survey research. A 22-item questionnaire was developed and tried out to 79 students. And then the final version showed the reliability 0.706 or satisfactory. And then for the procedure and data analysis, the survey was distributed to the learners via Google Form. And then the data were presented in the themes based on the theoretical framework, results of previous research, and questionnaire findings. These are the distribution of items and components of digital literacy skills shown in the instrument. So we found 8 components. Creating information from internet sources using internet integrated technologies, being trusted and protecting personal data, evaluating the value of information, solving technical problems, managing and storing information for long-term use, behaving properly and sensibly in digital environment, and navigating the internet and creating new pathway. These are the components that we developed from theoretical framework, and the gist are creative, technological, personal security, internet safety, problem solving, informational, communication or netiquette, and navigation. These are the findings, and then taken from the results of survey from for all indicators or for all 22 items, and the results showed that the students' level of digital literacy skills was moderate. I would like to present the findings per cultural region. These are the results. For the first component, creating information from internet sources or creative, these are the highest percentage or percentage of respondents who showed strongly agree. And then these are for the other 2 components, being trusted and protecting personal data, personal security, evaluating the value of information or internet safety. And then next, solving technical problems, managing, filtering, sharing, and storing information for a long-term use. And then behaving properly and sensibly in digital environment. And the last component is navigating the internet and creating a new pathway. What we get from the results of our survey, as I said before, that the level of digital literacy skills of prospective Indonesian EFL teachers was moderate. That means that the students already familiar with digital learning experiences, although they still face some difficulties. And then more than half respondents from each cultural region showed highest percentage on component 7. Component 7 here is behaving properly and sensibly in digital environment. This is also corresponds to Mr. Tijan's presentation previously about I just get it that they were able to behave properly and sensibly. Correct me if I'm mistaken, if I'm wrong. And then that means also that the Indonesian prospective teachers across culture, they are already able to behave properly and sensibly by considering the appropriateness of information before sharing it on their social media accounts, and also by making sure that all the information they share can be trusted. However, less than half respondents from 5 cultural regions, Sorong, Singaraja, Pontianak, Medan, and Poso, showed highest percentage on component 8. So this is the lowest component. Although those respondents were able to use smartphone, they still found difficulties in choosing or selecting information that suits their needs of information. And also they got confused when suddenly their website looked wrong or appeared differently. I said this lost in the internet. And then respondents from Singaraja, Denpasar, Bali, showed the highest performance of digital literacy skills compared to respondents or from other regions. They performed the highest on 4 components: creative, internet safety, informational, and communication or netiquette. While respondents from Medan showed the lowest performance of digital literacy skills compared to the respondents from other regions. They performed the lowest on 3 components: creative, technological, and navigation. As for the implications and suggestions, we get that digital tools must be integrated in English learning practices to familiarize the students with the integration and implementation in classroom. And then since digital literacy skills in component 8, which is navigating the internet and creating new pathway, has become the lowest skills performed by the respondents, we get that the digital literacy practice in English and classroom learning must be constructed to practice their skills in this component. For example, navigating the internet, selecting websites that contains information to meet their learning needs, and creating new pathway in case they were lost in the internet. Hence, guided literacy instruction on these skills are needed to make sure that they show high performance on digital literacy skills, which will later contribute to their to the quality of their learning practice and also the quality of their teaching practice later when they become a professional teachers. And also future research investigating the effectiveness of guided literacy instruction is required, as well as investigating the influence of other factors, for example, cultural background on their digital literacy skills. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention, and back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Novalita. Okay, is there any question from the participants of this panel session about the exploring digital literacy skills of prospective Indonesian EFL teachers? Okay, I would like to invite everyone who is in the room to ask or to maybe to comment on the research that have been done by Mrs. Novalita. Okay, probably I will start the question for you, Mrs. Novalita. You said on your presentation that this is a survey research, right? Would you like to give me more about the process of the survey?
Thank you, Mr. Tri. Yes, this is a survey, and although we distributed the instrument via Google Form, actually we visited all the respondents to their cities. This is because this research is funded by Kemendikbud, so we have to visit them. During the research, they share some experiences related to their digital literacy practices in classroom. And then actually, since their responses are in a qualitative form, we asked them, they didn't put this in this presentation. So we just focused on presenting or actually mapping the digital literacy skills from 7 culture regions in Indonesia.
Okay, so I believe that this is luaran from Kemendikbud.
Yes,
I've been on your shoes as well. It's one of the luaran. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
is there anyone who would like to give a comment or probably a question to Mrs. Novalita? Okay. I'm afraid that there is no question so far about your presentation, but I would like to ask you to stick with us until the end of this session. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite speakers who would like to give the paper about translation of Catholic Church terms in Brown's Angels and Demons from Nahoras Puna Sinarmata. Good morning, Mr. Sinarmata.
Hello, good morning, Pak.
I believe that I've met you before, right? Probably in virtual room, right?
I am the moderator of you when you are the keynote speaker.
We meet
2 months
again.
ago, yeah.
Yeah, 2 months ago, probably 2 months ago. We meet again in this lovely morning. So please present your paper, and the time is yours.
Share screen. Can you see the screen, Pak Tri?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Oh yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Mr. Bona. Here I am presenting my research. I conduct with Mr. Bob Sigalingging. This is about translation of Catholic Church terms in Indonesia that we find in Dan Brown's, one of his novel, Dan Brown's, in Angels and Demons. Okay, why we conduct this research? The first reason is the translation, the research on translation of Catholic Church terms are still rarely conducted. And we have also tried to Google, and we found there is no the same research as this research, yeah. And why we pick this novel? This is really interesting because if you are familiar with Dan Brown novel, most of his novel are really, I mean, the setting are really Catholic, yeah, with the Church, Vatican, Roma, etc. And this is quite interesting to observe, to see, to notice on the translation of the Catholic Church terms, because as we know, we are Indonesia and we are mostly populated by Muslim, and this is what we want to see. Is it does the translator will use the general term for Catholic Church terms, and maybe the common people do not really notice that and accept the translation just the way translator translated. So for the example here, this is an interesting example. In some of parts of the novel, the clergy is frequently translated into para pendeta, and we are in Catholic, we do not use the term pendeta to refer to our Romo or pastor, yeah. We mostly say Romo or pastor, but I don't really think the common people, especially if we talk about the Muslim, and I also have many Muslim friends, and they do not really notice the difference between pastor or pendeta. Okay, so we create we formulate the research question for this research. The first one is what are the Catholic terms we find in this novel, and the second one, the translation techniques the translator used to translate, and the last one is the relation between the last the last one is the translation quality of the Catholic Church terms translated into Bahasa Indonesia. And this aim research, to the first aim is, of course, to find out the types of the Catholic Church terms, and the second to find out the translation technique, and the next one is to find the quality in terms of acceptability and also accuracy. And later in the last aim, we try to find out the relation between the translation technique, how does it impact the translation quality in terms of acceptability and acceptability and accuracy. Okay, we go to the this is a descriptive qualitative method and also embedded case study, because we already created the formulate the research question before we conduct the research. So the next one, this is also product research question, because what we study is a product of translation, that is the novel, and the data the data we take from this novel, all of them are the Catholic Church terms, both in English and in its translated version in Bahasa Indonesia. To conduct this, we also invoke 3 respondents, and we also have samplings. We have also samplings, which we mean to explain the type of the translation technique, translation quality. In terms of quality, there are actually 3 aspect quality. We have accuracy, and accuracy, the first one. We also have acceptability and readability. What we research here is terms, and terms belong to word or phrases. So we do not invoke, we do not put readability here, because readability, based on Professor Nababan, it is related to one of the point of the readability is it is related to the length of a sentence. So because this is only in the word and phrase level, we do not put readability into the translation quality. Okay, the finding here, the first one, before we go to the translation of the Catholic Church terms, we need to have the theory of the classification of Catholic Church terms. We do not really find there, but there are some theories that we can make as the ground for this research. We take it from MMag and Kunchoro-Ningrat, and also Muzazin. And there are 214 data we find. They are classified into 16 categories. And the next one, we have about translation techniques. The translation techniques here belong to 3 categories. There are single technique, couplet technique, and triplet technique. And single technique means the technique used to translation is only one. The couplet means the translator uses to use 2 techniques, and triplet refers to 3 translation techniques. And here are the example of all the techniques. This is for the single techniques. Most of the data are translated by literal technique, established equivalent, and borrowing. We can see here, for example, for the borrowing, Messiah is translated into Messiah. And look, for example, literal brotherhood. We have here the translate. This is the translation, persaudaraan, and established equivalence, college of cardinal, Dewan Cardinal. And the translation, the term that using that is translated by using 2 techniques, we have them so many. Yeah, there are 70 data, and there are 24 types of the combination of the single techniques used to translate in couplet. In triplet, we only found 3 data, and they use 2 types of triplet. The first one is translated by literal and borrowing and linguistic amplification, and the next one is translated by literal, borrowing also, and but we have the established equivalent here. The translation quality, the quality of the translation from the aspect of accuracy. This is the result from 214 data. 30% is translated by is translated accurately. Yeah, only only 10 numbers are inaccurately translated. The next one, from the aspect of acceptability, this is lower than the accuracy, as you can see here. The highest acceptability, which is the level of acceptable, we have almost 80% only, yeah. And the comparison with the single technique versus the quality, the impact of the use of translation technique over the quality, we can find here. There are 139 data translated using single technique, and 83, almost 84% of them are accurate, and from the aspect of acceptability, only 77%. And that's from the, from the aspect, if we see from the single technique. If we see from the couplet, there are 70 data translated using two techniques. And
hello, Mr. Bonar. I'm afraid that I have to remind you that would you please directly go to the result, because we have 1 minute left. Thank you.
Yeah, where is it? So yeah, this is the result. I think I have already put it here. The total of the couplet, and this is for the, sorry, this is for the triplet, yeah. Only 3 data we have, and yeah, all of them accurate, but from the first triplet technique, it used the translation is only one less accurate, but from so it's the aspect of the acceptability, one belong to acceptable and another one is less acceptable. I think that's all, Miss Patrick.
Okay, thank you very much. We already have one question from participants, from Mr. Donald. Mr. Donald, I know that yeah, Mr. Donald, I know that he is also expert in this translation subject. He asked that, is there any deviation or shifting in translation when the word Messiah is used nowadays as Maseh in our calendar? I would like to repeat. Yeah, is there any deviation or shifting in translation when the word Messiah is used nowadays as Maseh in our calendar?
Pardon me, can I see the text of the questions, diffusion? Can you repeat the question, Patrick? Sorry, Patrick, can you repeat the questions? Is there any?
Sorry, Patrick, still mute.
Okay, you can find the question on the chat, Mr. Simarmata.
Oh yeah, on the chat, sorry.
Okay,
Deviation. Or shifting in when the word Messiah is used nowadays as Maseh in our calendar. Is there any deviation, penyimpangan? To be honest, this is my first time that I read Messiah is translated in Mase. And in Catholic, I think we have Messias.
Yeah, probably Masehi calendar. It means Messiah translated into Masehi calendar. Is that a deviation or shifting in translation?
I think there is no deviation in the deviation in meaning, because of course Messiah, Messias, Mase, I think that's they refer to the same idea, the same thing.
Okay, Mr. Bonar, I would like to call you. Does that answer your question? Mr. Donald. Hello, Mr. Donald.
Yes, Mr. Ari.
Okay. What do you mean by the deviation or shifting translation? Probably you have something that you want to say?
Well, if there is no deviation, or if the word Messiah can be referred to Masehi in our calendar, I think it's not a big problem anymore, as long as we can use in the same term, when it refers to the same term. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other question to Mr. Nahoras Bonar Simarbana? Actually, I have one question for you, Mr. Nahoras.
Yes, Patri.
Okay, it's within your research. It's about the conclave, right? You say that the conclave is translated into other longer version of Indonesian. Is it? Yeah. Would you like to tell me what is the technique of that? Is that okay, or should we just translate it conclave into conclave, or we should make or translate it into a description of the conclave? Thank you.
Yeah, in this research, this is translated by using description technique. Let me see. Yeah, this is translated as rapat pemilihan paus yang suci. This is translated by using descriptive technique, because I think the translator thinks if he translated it is into by using borrowing or by maintaining by keeping the conclave, the reader will not understand, and and the translator help the readers by using description that is rapat pemilihan paus. This is mostly happen when a pope dies and we need to vote to elect for the new pope, and all the cardinals from all the world gather in Vatican, and they meet, they make the election, and this kind of activity is what we call by conclave.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have two more questions for you. I think it's a really interesting subject now, right? You can find it on the chat as well. How many Bibles do you compare in doing your research? And what strategies of translation do the professional translation use in their translation? Professional translator use in their translation. Would you like to answer it?
How many Bibles do you compare in doing your research, and what strategies on translation do professional translation use? This is a novel, so actually I do not need Bible, because I am for me I am already familiar with the Catholic church terms here, so I do not use Bible because I have enough knowledge for the Catholic church terms I found in this novel. Because for me this is general knowledge, and I don't really look up into the Bible. And what strategies of translation the professional translation use in their translation, and what strategies of translation do the professional translation or translator here? I think translator, yeah. Yeah. For this one, I think it depends on the translator, and it also depends on the kind of the text they are translating. But one point is that always emphasized by the theory that translator that what is it that adapt the linguistic or the cultural aspect of the target language. I mean bahasa sasaran. That's the best that's the best translation strategies.
Next question, would you like to answer it as well? How long you're doing the research to compare the Bibles?
Because this is not the novels. Yeah,
the novel.
this is about about 1 year. You know, when we read, we are some many things distract us. Yeah, jobs and anything. So I need more than 1 year for this one, because it is also a bit difficult to find the original English movies, English novel.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you very much. It's such an amazing presentation, but I'm afraid that I have to finish your presentation. But stick with us. We have other interesting speakers ahead of us. Now,
thank you, Patrick, and thank you for the other participants also.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite next speaker. The title of the paper is Honorific in Balinese Address Terms and its Translation into English. I would like to invite Neputu Ayu Kartika Sari Dewi. Okay, the time is yours.
Well, thank you, my friend moderator, giving me the chance. Can you hear my voice?
Crystal clear.
Because sometimes it's unstable connection here. Before we go further, I would like to introduce. My name is Ayu Karika. This is the first time I share my my research in this international conference. I really honor with these occasions giving to me. Well, about the title of my research is honorific in Balinese address term and its translations into English. Well, why it is interesting to be do as a research, because in Balinese, in a social interaction or social contact among people in Balinese, it has different cases. They normally choose the terms in address in expressing politeness in order to show the respect in a community. The subtypes of honorific is chosen to express respect to the community, especially when a person from lower case addressed to someone in higher case. Okay, because the different culture between Balinese and also English, there are probably many words that are difficult to be translated into English as the target language. Well, the aim of this study is to describe Balinese address term as reflections of Balinese speech level and how it is translated into English. The variety of honorific address term in Bali is quite different with English. As a simple illustration about the complexity of Balinese address terms when it is translated Cokor Idewa, Ratu Aji, Anak Agung Aji, it is belongs to someone in higher status. When it is translated into English, it's become you in a general way, without deleting the honorific sense. Well, about the method, this is belongs to qualitative research. The data is taken from a folktale entitled Ijuragan Anom. This is really famous folktale in Bali. It can be seen from a traditional performance in Bali. It's called drama or aja. It usually performs in front of the tourists. And right now, some of the performance using an English language. So I think this folktale is really famous. Besides that, the story's background has the story of this title. So, this folktale consists of three languages: Balinese, Indonesian, and also English. Okay, this folktale have translated by Prof. Suchaya. Okay. About the method and technique of collecting data. The first step was reading the folktale carefully and intensively in order to understand the content, because the address terms used in Balinese is related with the context. To know if it refers to someone in higher status or in the middle or lower case. And second one, finding out the address terms and its translations. And the next one about note taking and making the Balinese address term and to know its translation versions. But method and technique of analyzing data, the theory of translation applies to know the different point of view of address terms I use in Balinese translation in English. Then natural semantic mental language also used to explain the different point of view when Balinese address terms translated into English address terms. Okay. About results and discussion, Balinese address term might be productive. They have a more variety than in English. They are based on mapping that I have do. Based on this folktale, I group Balinese address term into three parts. Balinese address term indicating honorific, address terms related to personal name systems, and address terms related to the kinship. Here is the result of the study, the result of the discussion. In the subtypes indicating honorific case systems, in the folktale entitled Juragan Anom, there are some address terms that maps indicating honorific case systems, like Ida, Aji, Idewa. Okay? Ida here in Bali, in Balinese address term indicating honorific, which is used not only for humans, it can be male or female. In higher status, higher level system, higher case systems. The term Ida should be used in the context of situations when the common people speak or doing communication with higher people. Okay, however, here Ida is translated into sister. Okay, the translator doing stiff in the translation and diffuse or delete a honorific sense by translating Ida into a sister or you. Okay. And the second finding about the Balinese address term in subtypes of personal name system here, based on the folktale that I have researched, in this type, translators tend to preserve the cultural sense. Here is the example. Ni is translated into ni. Commonly, Balinese name have three main parts: the person titles, a birth order, and a personal name. For example, I Putu refers to a commoner firstborn named Dharma. Balinese people also identifying by gender, like using I and also ni. Okay, I for male, okay, and ni for female. Okay, and when the translator translated these address terms, I and also ni, translators tend to presolve this. Okay, the translator use a borrowing technique in translated Balinese address term subtypes of personal name system. Okay, and the third finding, Balinese address term subtype kinship. Kinship in Bali has two aspects, as private kinship and also public kinship. Private kinship means kinship within the family, which is quite a simple system called a remuneration system, where a person classifies his relatives according to their general siblings, half sibling, and also cousin, mother, father, uncles, children, brothers, and public kinship is unusual to set. It is unique kinship system. Yes. Here, based on this data, the terms IG, IG, as the source language translated into father as a target language. Literal translation was chosen by the translator. It is clear that Balinese address term IG is usually used to address the older or married woman who has higher rank of caste in Bali. Okay. However, the term father in English only has an idea of male, adult, and also married. It's only for those who have very close relationships, although they are not their children. In fact, IG in Bali also used beside for father in highest case, IG also used for to call uncle in higher case, which is still young or unmarried, like Bigos or Aji Bagus, which is belongs to Miss called your uncle. Okay. Well, as a conclusion, translating Balinese terms into English is not easy because both of language has different cultural backgrounds, and Balinese address term is really complex than English. Balinese address term are used mostly related to the culture, social, and habituals of the Balinese people, which is reflected in Balinese folktale entitled Ijrakanam. Based on the simple analysis in the previous chapter, the mapping of Balinese address terms can be categorized into three: Balinese address terms, subtypes of indicating honorific system; Balinese address terms, subtypes of personal name system; Balinese address term, subtypes of kinship. When translating Balinese address terms, translators tend to use borrowing technique in order to translate Balinese address terms, subtypes of personal name system. However, when translating the other case, like Balinese address term subtype of indicating honorific case system or subtype of kinship, translators tend to use like adaptation technique. And a step of translation is unavoidable. So there are so many steps, okay, like intrasystem steps is mostly occur in this research.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to invite participants to ask a question probably or to give a comments about Mrs. Ayu Kartika's representation or paper. Okay, you can send the question via chat box, or probably you can raise your hand, or we just ask your question directly to the Mrs. Ayu Kartika. Is that the one?
Because this is the first research, I would like to get your opinion.
Okay, that's a really difficult topic, right? Because I've been to Bali several times, and Bali have a rich culture, right? In terms of naming.
Yeah, in order to deliver address term in Bali, it's really complex because it's related to case system.
Yeah, case system. I've read that probably 2 weeks ago. I've read that the naming of children, or son or daughter in Bali is quite complex, because for example, there is a Dewa is for certain people, right?
Yeah, Dewa is for the higher status of the children.
Right. And also, I believe that name also inhibits some obligation. For example, Dewa must do this, and the lowercase system must respect
Yep.
Dewa's name, right? Am I right?
Yep. Yep.
Right.
So that I really interested in discussing about honorarific because it's really different with English. Even I know in English also have like a higher status, middle class, and also lower. However, it is really different with Bali.
Okay, thank you very much. Now I would like to invite another participant. Probably would like to know more about the naming honorific naming system in Bali, and then translate into English is really difficult because I'm afraid that English or Western countries doesn't have a honorific naming system. I still wait. Okay, I'm afraid that the participant doesn't have a question for you yet, Mr. Ayu Kartikasari, but I would like to ask you to stick with us in this parallel session, and I would like to invite. Okay, we have one for you. You can read on your chat box from Andri Puwanto to everyone. In analyzing the Balinese terms, why don't you provide the Indonesian translation in order to make Indonesian readers easy to grab the analysis content?
Yeah, well, in that folktale that I use, Intelektual Juragan Anom, it consists of three languages actually, Balinese, Indonesian, and also English. All right, I will add the Indonesian version, I think.
Yeah, since Indonesian also have difficulties to read Balinese language as well, right?
Thank you for your suggestions, Mr.
Thank you
I will
very
add
much.
it because at the data it's also
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mrs. Niputu Ayu Kartikasari Dewi. Now we move on to the next paper. The title of the paper is The Mental Lexicon of Elementary School Students in Indonesian EFL Context. I would like to invite, I don't know, is Mrs. or Miss Ristika Mardiana. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, all participants and presenters. Yeah, it is an honor for me to present my paper with my colleague here in this international conference.
Thank you very much. Now you can start your presentation. The time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Tri Ariwibowo. Let me share my screen. Yeah, can you see my screen? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear your voice and we can see clearly your screen.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So this is our paper. So we study research related to morphology. Me and my colleague, Bapak Rudi Haryono, he is here now also accompany me to present this research, this paper. So the paper title is The Mental Lexicon of Elementary School Students in Indonesian EFL Context. Yeah, so learning English in primary schools need to be supported by books and reading materials that are appropriate for the child's age level. There is the basic idea of this research, and if the children's reading materials are adjusted to their age, children will not have difficulty in understanding their reading text. But the problems arise when the standard number of words need to be owned by elementary school students at each grade, as a foundation in teaching English in school has not been described in Indonesian context. So therefore, a mental mapping of the lexicon is needed as a benchmark success of learning English in elementary school for each grade. So in fact, this has been done by several institutions abroad, such as Oxford University Press, which publishes books at various levels. However, in Indonesia, mapping the lexicon mental of elementary school children is considered as the first step in learning English from reading text. So if a standard number of words for each grade is well mapped, parents and teachers will find it easier to choose reading materials according to the children level. So therefore, the objectives are first to find out the number of English words produced by elementary school age children as the first step. And second, also, we want to find out the types of English words that were produced by them. So the method that we use started from the materials that we prepared, was an offline corpus named ADTAT. It stands for Adelaide Text Analysis Tool. It was created by lecturers in the University of Adelaide, and it is provided on the university's website. And the methods that we use in this research was descriptive and qualitative research, which data was taken from elementary school students' English writing. So we asked some teachers from some different schools to collect their students' writing. We only got 3 teachers who want to voluntarily join this research, taught in 3 different grades, 1st grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade from 3 private elementary schools. The total students are 48 students, consisting of 14 students at 1st grade, 6 students at 4th grade, and 28 students at 5th grade. And we didn't give the certain topic to the students. So it is the teacher's authority to choose the topic. So the topic of the writing depended on the learning topic at the time. So, and then in analyzing the data, we put together in the form of a TXT file, and then we put it in the offline corpus at that. And from the corpus, we can select and make a grouping of words by type of word, which one is nouns, which one is a verb or adjective. And the results and discussion. So as the answer of the first research question, the number of English words for the 1st grade are 45 words, for 4th grade are 636 words, and for 5th grade there are about 1,100 words. And then for the answer for the second research question, types of words in the 1st grade. So there are 3 different themes that have been studied by students, namely animals, strings, and activities. And the students writing only in the form of a list of vocabulary given by the teachers. The themes are animals, strings, abilities. These are the words. So the teachers only give about 10 until 15 words to write down by them. And for the types of words at 4th grade, so the results show that there are variations in words, phrases, and sentences produced by them. And then they wrote fictional stories such as fairy tales, and then they were able to write verbs in the right tense, namely simple past tense and past continuous tense. And we found that their understanding in the use of punctuation to express direct and indirect sentences is good. And the word order in sentences they produce has followed the correct sentence structure in English. For the type of words at 5th grade, there are 1,400 words that have been successfully produced by them. The themes of the writings are daily routines, pets, hobbies, and likes and dislikes. And they are able to write verbs in the right tense, namely the simple present tense. And for the discussion, looking at the results from elementary school students at 5th grade, they produced the highest number of vocabulary compared to elementary school students at 1st and 4th grade. So it means the higher the class in which students study, the more vocabulary is generated. So this result is not in line with what was said by Tang in 2007. He showed the results of his study as evidence that students with higher grades are not certainly have a greater number of vocabulary mastered than students with lower grades. Sometimes students with lower grades produce more vocabulary than students with higher grades. In terms of results from students at 5th grade, so several vocabulary influenced by Indonesian, such as cereal, drakor, bubur, Indo, opor, ayam, PJJ, rendang, PKN, citak, IPA. So that's all the words produced by 5th grade students at 5th grade using Indonesian, and Arabic like subuh, wudu, isya, tadarus, and asar. And some words produced by students at 4th grade also influenced by Indonesian like makan, leng, warung, and influenced by Arabic like insyaAllah, Allah, and amin. So this is in line with what was stated by Titus in 2018. So he stated that although French, because he studied French, although French is a dormant language in his research subjects, the production of other languages affects French production because other languages are more actively used compared to other languages. And according to the students writing at 5th grade, the results show that they can choose words properly and correctly according to the similarity relationship between general and specific concept possessed by each word, and they can understand the generalization structure based on the similarity system. Refer to the concept offered by Vygotsky, cited in Aputina in 2003. He said that each generalization structure is based on a system of similarities and certain similarity relationship between general and specific concepts. When we go to the data, we found that they produce the equivalent of the general word and specific word. For example, in the general word is daily routine. The specific words are get up, wake up, take a shower, have breakfast. The general word is food. The specific words are spaghetti, fried chicken, rice crackers, satay, and then the general word is drink. The specific word is bubble tea. So the conclusion refer to the research purpose to determine the number and types of English vocabulary. So the composition of elementary school students at 1st grade is only at the word level with a total of 45 words in a list of vocabulary given by their teachers. And then the writings of elementary school students at 4th grade is in the form of variations in words, phrases, and sentences in total of 636 words. For the elementary school students at 4th grade, they produce 1,400 words with the themes in daily routines, pets, hobbies, and likes and dislikes. So I think that's all from me. Thank you for your attention. So, and this research was founded by Kemendikbud.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Mardiana. If you have any questions related to the research from Mrs. Mardiana, would you please raise your hand or probably write down on your chat box, or just say it directly about your question or probably your comment. Actually, we have one question from Mr. Bob Sigalingging, but it is for about the Ayu Permatasari. So we'll keep that till the end of this session. We still invite a question or public comment for Mrs. Mardiana's paper. Mrs. Mardiana, thank you very much for your paper. I'm afraid that we don't have any question for you.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Please stick with us until the end of the session. Now, I'm going to invite you to one distinguished speakers of the day. He is a good friend of mine. He would like to deliver his paper with the title of Batak Toba Script, Preserving its Authenticity in Globalization Stream. I would like to invite Mr. Donald Fernando Lubis. The time is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, Mr. Donald, I can hear your voice.
All right, thank you. The title of this article talk about the Batak Toba Script, Preserving its Authenticity in Globalization Stream. So this article deals a lot with the conservation of the indigenous culture, especially the heritage of our culture in Batak Toba. So to begin with, as my introduction, Batak Toba is actually one of the 6 subclasses in Batak tribes, dominating the area of North Sumatra. As we see in the map here, Batak tribe consists of 6 subclasses, including Batak Karo, Batak Papak, Batak Simalung, Batak Toba, Batak Angkola, and Batak Mandailing. And from the inventories found from the 17th century up to the late of 18th century, it was found that each of the Batak tribes has their own scripts or their own writing systems. These were proved from the inventions of Pustaha, the literature in manuscripts. So the early Batak writings was mostly written on the bark tree and also on the bamboo skin and also from the animal bones. And most of the content of these manuscripts are actually about the black magic, white magic, witchcrafting, and also the medication used by the early spiritual leader in Batak Toba. As the focus of this article is about Batak Toba script, then we're not dealing with the other writing systems in Batak subclass. Now, the Batak Toba scripts, based on the manuscripts found, consists of the early Batak Toba scripts consist of 16, but after some acculturations, from time to time, it was found there are at least 19. So this was based on the historical approach, and we tried to make this, interpret this in qualitative form, based on the collections of the data And one more thing, because the manuscripts are nowadays very difficult to find, because most of them are now preserved in Amsterdam, Stuttgart, and also Germany. So I believe that this writing is not comparable from the original one. So besides the scripts, Batak Toba also has their own writing system. These are some of the system in writing. Now, Batak Toba writing is categorized as syllabary, where a consonant is paired here, na. So as we see in the previous list, that na here is the main character. So from the 19 characters, 3 of them are vowels, as a free syllables, and the others are syllabary form. So there are some similarities with the katakana or hiragana in Japan, and also cuneiform writing. Now, besides the main characters, it also consists of diacritical signs. These diacritical signs function to change the vowel sounds. So from the main character, for example, na here, by using, we can change the sound, the vowel na into ne, and also into ni, no, and nu. So similarly to Japanese katakana or hiragana vowels, there is also addition of nasal sound by using this diacritical sign here, placed on the upper right of the character. And besides the addition of nasal sound, there is also cancellation. So the vowel in the alphabet can be cancelled by using another diacritical sign. Now, this writing system was adapted from the manuscripts found in documents, or the manuscripts spread nowadays around Europe and also England. A bit dilemma actually, because the Batak people themselves nowadays almost or hardly find these manuscripts instead of the people, as the people themselves, but they cannot access their all right. So
Suaranya jelas.
Okay, so what can be done? All right, wait, perhaps there is a signal problems here, I think. Yeah, I'm back. Can I get the share screen? Yeah. Can I get that? All right. So what kind of efforts can be done in conservation of this cultural heritage? So there are two sides. from the local government themselves and also from the academicians. From the local government, they have included this writing in academic curriculum and writing in public facilities, for example, for the street names, government buildings, and this was done by the local authorities, mostly in North Sumatra. And through a conference, it was held in 1993, where the writings are tried to be reunited. So by the academicians, some efforts have been done, supported by the present technology that we have nowadays. The first here is searching for more sources that still keep the original manuscripts. It's not easy to get the access for the original manuscripts. So mostly we try to find it virtually. The second is developing the existing manuscripts in research. And the third is digitalizing the manuscripts so that more people can access this writing for the research purpose. And the fourth is developing transliteration machines or softwares, and finally creating fonts digitally. Now, as the finding here, we have found that the impact of present technology have supported some stakeholder to develop their own applications. So we have two forms here. The first is Android-based application, as we can see in the Google Play. At least there are 5 applications nowadays have they make the translation. People can Latin from Latin to Batak writing or vice versa. And besides the Android-based application, there is also there are some social observing ancient manuscripts or writing. Some of them are Transtoba. It is online transliteration by Uli Kozok. So Uli Kozok is also an anthropologist who has spent his life digging more information and digging more resources about this writing. And there is also another blogs revealing about the keyboard in Batak Toba Unicode for Windows, and another is a Facebook group Hata Batak Toba, where they try to socialize this writing. Now, as the conclusion, these efforts are actually for the sake of conservation of our indigenous culture, or as the heritage of our ancestors. But one thing to remember when these efforts are done, whether it is by digitalization of the script, it must refer to preservation to the endangered script. It should be the first priority, despite the what we call economic purpose or financial purpose. And the second, the stakeholders should be cautious in linguistic observation, so there is no misleading transliteration in the end. And the third here, researchers or developers should avoid deviations in writing. And finally, there must be comprehensive information on the writing system. So it's not only how to translate it from Latin to Batak Toba, but still contains mistakes or misleading results in the process. So I think that is my presentation for this topic. Thank you for your attention. I give it back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dona. Yeah, I believe Mr. Dona Fernando Lupis have some technical difficulties, but the content of the presentation is amazing in my opinion. Now I would like to invite participants to answer the questions or probably just give a comments about Mr. Donald Fernando Lupis' presentation. You can write it down on your chat box, or you can just straightly give your question or comment. Okay, Mr. Donald, I'm afraid that we don't have any question for you yet.
Excuse me, Patri.
Okay.
I'm Pak Rudi.
Mr. Rudy Haryono, okay, would you like to give question or comment? Please, the time is yours, Mr. Rudy Haryono.
Thank you for the time. Actually, the topic is very interesting, yeah. Batak Toba script, preserving its authenticity in globalization stream. So, Pak Donald, what is the most interesting findings you got from your research, Pak Donald?
Very good question, Mr. Haryono. What is the most important finding?
What is the most important finding?
Is there something new? Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Mr. Rudy. Appreciate your questions. So this research was done in the last few months, and I have tested some of the transliteration machine which have been developed, whether it is Android based or whether it is Windows based, and the results showed that some of the transliteration machine leads to the error or wrong output. So from Latin to Batak Toba script. This happens because of the mostly I found here that the error output is caused by the use of some of them use of the keyboards used is not very what we call without any guidance. So for example, when we want to make the sound N, the output would be na, but and when someone wants to change it into no, and in our keyboard, of course, we push the button N and O, and the result is absolutely the output is absolutely wrong, because as I said just now, by pushing one button N, the result is actually na. So when we want to change it into no or ni or ne, then there must be a guide to make the output correctly. Now,
you mean
application,
the guide from where?
Not more than 5, I think. Not more than 5. All of them.
You mean
yes, from the developer of the application. Actually.
Yeah. So maybe there should be a Toba script keyboard, yeah. So maybe there should be Toba script keyboards.
Yes, exactly. And there should be a link.
Yeah.
So specifically used for that writing, so the output would not be error.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It is very challenging, ya, Pak Donald.
Very much. Well, actually, 2005, long time ago, and since that time, about more than 10 years, I think nobody care about this topic anymore, because writing or the original writing, it seems like an antique among the fashionable things around us. It's just like an antiques. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Donald and Pak Tri, for the time.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think we have to move on. Time is against us. I would like to remind all the speakers that we only have 10 minutes of presentation and followed by 3 minutes of question and answer. Now let's move on to the next presenter. We'll be giving the paper with the title of Online Learning During Pandemic, an Analysis of Service Strategy Taxonomy, Errors Made by the Students of SMA Sinar Pancasila Betun. Now I would like to invite Mrs. Octaviana. Mrs. Octaviana, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. Is my voice clear?
Yes, your voice. We can hear your voice.
Miss Octaviana, can you change your Zoom name?
I'm sorry?
Before your presentation, can you change your Zoom name with your true identity?
Okay, I got the technical issue here. Can I continue my presentation?
Yeah, probably the technician wants you to change your name into your real name because your name is still Prodi PPI STKIP Sinar.
Okay, I will try. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's already changed.
It's already changed?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yes. Mrs. Octaviana, you can continue your presentation.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, moderator. Good morning to all of the audiences. Before I present my paper, I would like to say thank you to the University of Bangka Belitung, who has held this international conference. Thank you for having me. And my complete name is Octaviana Bobe. I am a lecturer of STKIP Sinar Pancasila, which is located in East Nusa Tenggara Province, especially in Malacca Regency. And this place is actually close to the border between Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Yeah. My paper entitled Online Learning During Pandemic, an analysis of survey strategy taxonomy errors made by the students of SMA Sinar Pancasila Betun. And the reason why I chose this title, the first one, we know that from the beginning of 2020, the unexpected disease called COVID-19 has shocked the world, including Indonesia. Based on Guidon and Amato in 2020, stated that many of educational institutions seems to be locked down. Meanwhile, Handarini and Wulandari also argued that this situation made all teachers and learners had to stay at home and cooperatively organize a virtual classroom. And it happened to us in East Nusa Tenggara Province, and our place becomes one of the red zone regions. So the government had to decide online learning, starting from elementary school until higher school. And during teaching and learning process via online, also, of course, we face some problems. And it also found by Anderson, MD, and Stanford in 2011, they found that there are some challenges like disconnect between the teachers and the students. And also Ahmad in 2016 also found that there was a problem of online learning. For example, like in writing course, the students find some problems in constructing the way of writing due to the lack of feedback from the teachers. Yeah, we all know that feedback is important from the teachers to the learners. And we also know that grammar is crucial. Grammar is important because grammar is the main capital and important element in language. So the students must master it. As Richard in 2008 stresses that grammar is still important to be taught in teaching English. And then Azar in 2007 points out that grammar is needed for comprehension in the nature of language. Meanwhile, nowadays, most English learners often make grammatical mistakes in learning it. We all know that the problems are not dealing with speaking, listening, reading, and writing, but also with grammar. So based on those findings, I interested to do this research. And the objectives of this study are to to analyze the errors in translating the text, and then to understand the learning situation during this pandemic. And the last one is to provide suggestions to overcome students' issue. Yeah, and about the literature review, here I explain about the survey strategy taxonomy, which consists of 4 types. The first one is omission. Omission is characterized by the absence of an item that must appear in a well-formed sentence. Meanwhile, addition is characterized by the presence of an item which must not appear in a well-formed sentence. And then misformation is characterized by the use of wrong form of elements in a phrase or sentence. And the last one is misordering. It is characterized by the incorrect placement of a morpheme or group of morphemes in an utterance, or what we call word-for-word translation. And about the methodology, here I use qualitative methodology, and this research was done in Sinar Pancasila High School in language class, which consists of 26 learners. And we move to the findings. The result of this research showed that the most of students had made errors in translating the text. And the errors happen in 4 types. They are omission, addition, misformation, and also misordering. And here is the table of the total number of grammatical errors committed. Based on the table, it explains that misordering errors is the highest number to the total error. So we can see together because it is 57.84%. So it becomes the highest number from the types of errors. And it is because the students still influenced by their Indonesian language. So they are still influenced by their source language. So they translate the text by using word-for-word translation, not grammatically correct. Based on the interview result, so here I interviewed the students and the teachers to know about the learning situation during this pandemic or through online learning, and or what happened. And from the students, stated that there was limited feedback from the teachers. Yeah, maybe because of the time, because the time is limited. So the teachers provide limited feedback. Meanwhile, feedback is important to the learners, so they know how well they have mastered their writing. And then the second result, the second answer from the teacher, from the student, sorry, they stated that teachers tend to focus on theory rather than practice. As we know that practice is important to make the students can improve their skill. And then based on the interview from the teachers, the results showed that the teachers answer or give their answer like the students were lack of providing learning equipment and supporting facilities like handphone, smartphone, or computer, and also there was poor internet connection. Yeah, as we know that we need a good internet access to do online learning. So based on those findings, here I conclude the result. The first one is all the types of the errors were found in students' translation. They are omission, addition, misformation, and misordering. And then the most identified error belongs to misordering error. Yeah, because students still influenced by their source language or Indonesian language. And then the errors were found because students lack of knowledge. And then the teaching and learning process via online runs ineffectively. And after that, students had problems in providing learning facilities. And the last one is poor internet connection or poor internet access. So here I provide some suggestions. The first one for the teachers. So teachers must view the improvement of students' writing as their responsibility, because students' improvement becomes teachers' responsible. And then teachers must frequently assign brief writing exercise during the lesson, because practice is important to improve student skill. And teacher must deliver feedback towards students' work, so students know how well they have mastered the language. And then teachers should give students opportunities to talk about their writing, and teachers should encourage the students to revise their work, because by revising their work, they will not make error in the future. And the last one, teachers should explain the importance of grammar and sentence structure, as well as connect, so the students understand. And for the parents, this research are hope to the parents, so the parents can provide Android and internet quota maximally, because their children need learning facilities. And then for the governments, this research I also hope for the governments to improve a good internet access in rural areas. Yeah, so the government cannot force some institution to do an online learning if there was, or if there is a bad internet connection. So we hope that the government will pay attention to some rural areas. That's all about my presentation. Thank you, and
Thank you very much, Ms. Octaviana. Internet connection is also a problem for us here in Bangka Belitung as well, not only in the border of Timor-Leste, but here also we experience your problem as well. We already have a question from the participants. You can read on the chat box as well, Mrs. Octaviana. Mrs. Octaviana, you can improve your students' writing skills by using online app. That is Padlet. You can download in Play Store. Oh, I think it's a suggestion. What is your comment for that, Mrs. Octaviana?
Wait for a moment. I try to open the chat. Oh yeah. From Andri Purwanto, right?
Correct.
Okay, to Andri Purwanto. I will try to give it, or give the explanation to teachers, so the teachers can explain it or give the suggestion to the students. Thank you very much for your suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid that time is against us, Mrs. Octaviana. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like you to hang out in here until the end of this session. Now, I would like to invite another speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much to all of the audiences. Thank you very much for Mr. Tri, and good morning.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Andri Purwanto with the title of the paper is Integrating Basic Translation Skills and 21st Century Skills in the Online Teaching of Translation. Mr. Andri Purwanto, the time is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, Alhamdulillah, all praises for Allah, and we praise Him and we seek refuge in Allah from the evil of ourselves and from the evil of our actions. So inshallah today, Alhamdulillah, thank you for the committee to give me an opportunity to present my presentation. My presentation is about integrating basic translation skill and 21st century skill in the online teaching of translation. Okay, this is the material. Yeah, because this online teaching, I use LMS, yeah, Moodle, to deliver the translation course. The first is basic translation skill, yeah, and then flip learning pace model, and for CIS, I combine the LMS with face model. And then introduction, education, science, and technology, smart learning promoted by Korean government is as follows. Yeah, S stand for self-directed learning. Yeah, which means that the education system is progressing toward the self-learning system. Yeah, because the pandemic, so it's a must for students to make them self-learning, not depends on the teacher. So teachers can give a direction to the student what they will do and provide a rich resource to their students, like PDF book, yeah, and many online resources. M stand for motivated learning, which means education is experience-centered learning modified with learning by doing. So it's mean like andragogy, yeah. So people learn when they learn to do it by themselves. And then A stand for adaptive learning. Okay, strengthening educational system flexibility and designing learning for individual preference and future careers. So there are many online application, yeah, online application that will provide us more knowledge and skills to get our dream job. Yeah, like for example, we want to join the PNS or CPNS, so we can join the course, online course, in support our tests in CPNS. And then R stand for resource enrich. Now this is what I said. So teachers should provide students with resource enriched learning. And then T stand for technology embedded learning. So in this pandemic era, yeah, so we need to combine our traditional teaching with technology. Yeah, for example, we use LMS and other application like Google Classroom, yeah, LMS, Moodle. Yeah, this one that I have made for my research, yeah, LMS, instruction tools, create activities and learning tools, and then communication tools, enable lecturers and students to communicate each other and to post important notes regarding the course. Productivity tools function enable lecturers and students to upload and download files, directly access the final report of the course, such as grade and performances. This is the example of facilities that we can use in LMS. Yeah, there's videos with YouTube link, so more teacher will make their own content in YouTube. So we just give the link to the LMS. Then student will watch the videos anytime, anywhere, to get more understanding on the material. Okay, next, this is the concept of PACE, yeah, project. I give it name, Moodle Translation Project, and activities. Moodle interactive learning activities, yeah. And then collaboration, Moodle collaboration learning activities. Yeah, this is that why what I have is giving translation as activities, collaboration activities. And then e-conference. Yeah, e-conference, it means we have to make sure that our students learn the materials that we have posted in LMS. And all the students, they do the project making videos. It's all recorded in YouTube, yeah, and they posted posted in YouTube. And then BTS, yeah, there are 4 skills, yeah, reading comprehension skills, and then researching skills, analytical skill. This is for analysis the text in translation, yeah, composing and production skill. Yeah. This one is when the student translations naturally equivalence. Yeah. So we give more resource, yeah, to the student how they translate the text. And then this one is 4 C's. Yeah, there are 4 C's: critical thinking and problem solving. Yeah, critical thinking is intellectually disciplined process. Yeah, actively skillful conceptualizing, applying, analyzing, yeah, communication, collaboration, creating and innovating. Flip model. This is the model that I developed. Yeah, this is a flip learning model I combined with PACE model. Apply this one: project, activities, collaboration, and e-conference. And conclusions. This one, the class that I've made. Yeah, you can access the class. Yeah, this study is a preliminary study of online learning translation by integrating basic translation skill and 21st century skill. And this is focused on how translation process begins and ends through a translation training, rather than telling the student to translate without full basic translation skill. I think that's enough from me. So please, if there is any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Purwanto. What a lively presentation about LMS and etc. Now I would like to invite any of you who would like to give a comment or probably a question regarding the paper that's already being presented by Mr. Purwanto. You can write down on your chat box, or you just straightly deliver your comment or probably your question. I'm really sorry, Mr. Purwanto. I'm afraid that there is no one who would like to give a comment or question for you yet now, but I would like to ask you to stick with us until the end of the session.
Yes,
thank you. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Purwanto. Now I would like to invite other presenter from Mrs. Vera Yulia with the paper entitled Positioning of Participants' Mood on Watches, Advertising as Multimodal Discourse. So Mrs. Vera Yulia, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Patrick, can you see about my slide here?
Yeah, we can already see your presentation. Now you can continue to deliver your talk.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for everyone here. Thank you for this opportunity in this time. And actually today in this session, my name is Vera Yulia Harmayanti as a student of Indonesia University. And this session I want to share about my research that talking about the positioning of participant mood on watch advertising as multimodal discourse. Okay, before we discuss about another subtopic here, I want to share there are 3 main points that we have to know. For the first one, for example, media communication that's related with advertising, and of course, customer as the message reader and producer as message sender, and that all of 3 points here relate to the new culture that as the trend of the product or services there. Okay, if you are talking about the media communication, actually relate to the social roles and has the power in the public area, whereas the media has audience member as potential customer, who encourage product in personalities following the social situation. Of course, for advertising, actually as an activity to advertise product of services, it's a central creation to handle the wider meaning of their message in advertising to the product or services. So of course, this message, like this message for customer and also for the producer, have to appropriate it to the customer need and interest through the current trends where technology and new situation like as pandemic, COVID-19 already moved our culture into the new culture. This is producer. Producer have to provide extra fund for the promotion activity, like as advertising of product in I take from example from newspaper, because newspaper still has a special positioning in their customer. So message of the product service need to plan in the strategically of their positioning. The question is how we can do the positioning of participant mood into the right place on the advertising here, especially in the newspaper. The next, I take some theoretical here. Actually, the main theoretical that come from Holiday that talking about the systemic functional linguistic, and I focus that is multidiscipline because we have to apply about the theory in the advertising as mass communication that we want to know about the take highbrow newspaper and see about the multimodal discourse, so about the verbal and visual message of their interaction between them, and also positioning product to see about the customer signal between two gender there, male and female, and participant mood, how we can see about the participant mood in the interpersonal function. Okay, I think this is pre-advertisement, come from the Kompas Daily newspaper as the highbrow newspaper that saw about the kind of the advertising that relate with the multimodal discourse, whereas the watch advertising to find out the potential customer as their target audience. In this case, I take for the watch advertising for the male and female. Multimodal discourse related with the interaction between verbal and visual message. Product are intended especially for male and female customer, and we can analyzing of this research applied qualitative method to systemic functional of Holiday theories to know about the interpersonal view between participants. Multimodal discourse analysis consider how text draw on the mode of communication, such as pictures, video, sound, and combination with word to make meaning. It means not only talking about the word, but also talking about the picture. Jadi between picture and word. Positioning product to customer gender. Positioning is mean can also refer to use occasion. To use occasion appropriate for a brand. For example, advertising can be used to signal to customer that brand can be used in alternative way or by different people in relation to previous norm. It's related, of course, we have to know about the potential customer. Participant mood in personal function as an interview of the functional structural view of the experiential strength of the meaning is given, it will introduce the experience strand of the meaning is given. It will introduce the relevant structural unit related to the experiential meaning. Experiential meaning and consider relationship between function and structure. The various representation of process, participant, and circumstancy. Process like as activity and participant like as an actor and circumstancy like a goal of the situation of the time. How this element could be configured in the meaning way. Yeah, to know about the meaning way, about the positioning of the product. Participant mode in interpersonal function, the coming from the holiday, say that the identification and expression of specific interpersonal function within the clause. We can see the clause as the start of the message here. In this section, we can look at the motivating system. Yeah, how the clause give a function within the interpersonal strand of the meaning. Yeah, experiential strand of the meaning, speaker can tell the kind of encounter someone who recount experience within the interpersonal strand and take the social roles and speech situation in this multimodal discourse in advertising. Now, another statement from Holiday. So language is define the role which people may take in situation with the communicating with one another, and every language incorporate option. Speaker can vary high or her on the communication role. And there are some difference among different type of mood choice. For example, interrogative, declarative, and imperative that relate to the different communication role adopted with the speaker in his or her interaction with a listener. Listener is meant as the receiver of the message. Okay, this is the result about the participant interpersonal function. We can see in the advertisement 1, yeah, there are only 5 participants that combine give the interaction in interpersonal function, and this is same with the advertisement 2, and it's different for advertisement 3 is because there are only look in bahasa pasangan, ya. It may not only talking about the male or female or pria and wanita or pria and perempuan or laki-laki and so on. Yeah, it's only like a couple pasangan. The next participant mood in interpersonal function. This is about the position participant in every mood. In every mood, for example, declarative. Declarative is more significant than another mood. Yeah, imperative or interrogative. This is the significant from the advertisement 1 to until advertisement 3. Okay, from this result, you can see about the positioning participant mood as describing of interpersonal situation. In their role, participant choose declarative mood to express the role as dominant position. And next, participant positioning define their activation in building interaction on multimodal discourse that propose for female and female as their prospective customer. And for the last, male and female have been replaced in the same position on their occasion with different power. Yeah, because they are connected one to another as a pair. That condition so the different expression of their mood in interpersonal function, where they have a different degree of engagement with other participants like Jam, Arloji, and Bunia. Okay, thank you. I think enough for my presentation here.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Harmayanti. A very lively presentation. Now, I would like to invite all of you who would like to give a comment or asking for questions. I would like to answer some questions related to the materials of the presentation. We are providing some links or a link that the presenter can upload the PowerPoint presentation, and then some of you who would like to get the PowerPoint presentation can download it. But the link will be provided at the end of this session.
Okay.
Okay, we are still waiting for participant who would like to ask a question to Mrs. Harmayanti, you can, as usual, write it down on your chat box or just straightly asking for a question. It seems like there is no one who would like to ask a question yet, Mrs. Harmayanti.
Okay, thank you. Can I close my slide here?
Yes, thank you very much for your
welcome.
lively presentation. I just got an information that our next presenter is unable to deliver the speech. Mr. Samsul was unable to join our sessions since he is having a technical difficulties. In detail, is his area is having a blackout, right? We are having a blackout here as well. We have a last night, I suppose, we had a blackout. Mr. Samsul actually would like to give the presentation about the style language parable in the novel of Salah Pilih works Nur Sultan Iskandar, the study of stylistic, very interesting topic. But from Mr. Samsul, I'm afraid that he cannot join us right now. So I will invite Mrs. Nadila Nur Sabrina to deliver her work on personal reference in the Jakarta Post News Health Topic October 2021 edition. Hello, good morning, Mrs. Nadila Nur Sabrina. We are still waiting for Mrs. Nadila Nur Sabrina, or probably Mr. Sulaiman have already here. If you are already here, I would like to ask you to deliver your work. While waiting for the presenter, I would like to read a question first. The question which haven't been discussed yet. It is from Mr. Bob Sigalingging to Miss Ayu Kartikasari. Miss Ayu Kartikasari, are you here? And the question is from Mr. Bob Sigalingging, Bata also has complicated addressing system. How important it is to maintain the original terms or source language when translating this kinship system. This question is for Mrs. Ayu. Okay, Mrs. Ayu Kartika. Okay, I'm afraid that Mrs. Ayu Kartikasari is not able to join us right now. Okay, now I would like to invite everyone who is in the room to ask a question to any speakers that you want to ask. You may ask to our 10 speakers regarding the material that already being presented. Let me remind you once again the material from Mr. Tijan about media literacy from high school student, from Novalita Francisca Tungka about exploring digital literacy skills, or probably to Mr. Nahora Spona about translation of Catholic Church term, about Niputu Ayu, from Niputu Ayu Kartikasari about honorific in Balinese address terms, probably for Mrs. Ristika Mardiana about the mental lexicon of elementary school. probably to an interesting presentation by Mr. Donald Fernando Lupis, Batak Toba script, maybe from Mrs. Octaviana about online learning during pandemic, and then from Mr. Andri Purwanto about integrating basic translation skill and 21st century skill in online teaching of translation, or maybe from Mrs. Vera Yulia about positioning a participant's mood on WhatsApp advertising as multimodal discourse. And then we haven't heard about the style of language parable from Mr. Samsul and also from Mrs. Nadila Nur Sabrina. We haven't heard. If you happen, Mr. Samsul and Mr. Sabrina, if you happen to be in here in this room, I'd like to ask you to deliver the presentation. Okay. We have a sign from our chairing committee that we can already end our session. But before that, I would like to ask you all to turn on your video because we will have a photograph session. Please turn on your video. Okay, once again, I would like to ask you to turn on your video because we will have the photo session. Okay, we have the photo session. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, next one will be 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. For our lively presentation today, I would like to recap what we have done today. We have 8 speakers who deliver the presentation today, and I would like to recap the content of your presentation. This session is about language translation studies and also language education. We have several speakers talking about language education, mainly about the difficulties in doing language teaching in our in this pandemic. We also have that also in here, and we as a lecturer, a teacher or educator also experience the same thing that this participant or encounter. The second one is about language translation. We have several speakers who talk about language translation, ranging from language translation in about the Balinese address term, about the translation of Catholic Church, etc. We also have a presentation about mostly about culture, for example, Batak Toba script, also related to translation, etc. We also had multimodal discourse about the watches advertising. Okay, we have some notes from the chair that after we end this session, this parallel session, don't forget to get back to the main room in Zoom in 12:45. Yeah, in 12:45 for plenary session 2. Yeah, we will have a plenary session 2. And the speakers of the plenary session 2 is really interesting. The keynote speaker for talk 2 is Professor MMag Dr. Eva Maria Hirzinger-Unterrainer from Austria, and he will have a very interesting talk. Now we will end this session. We will end this session, and you may have a break, and we will end this session by saying Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much. You may have your break, and please come back at 12:45. Thank you.